Wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we having a good time. I think Kara is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top three TKR players?
Top three players. Let's go now. But top three players. But top three players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else. Okay, so far, how are you enjoying? I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year, please God. Well do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, well, have a good night. Bye. TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we having a good time. I think Kara is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top three TKR players?
Top three players. Let's go now. But top three players. But top three players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else. Okay, so far, how are you enjoying? I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year, please God. Well do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, well, have a good night. Bye.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV. Starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture, it's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future: authentic, insightful, Caribbean rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show: Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my Buffalo. My son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we having a good time. And TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Let's go now. But top 2 players. But top 2 players. I will drop her. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, though. So I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
This is who we are, what we live for.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture, it's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean rooted, and globally relevant. I am Atalia Samuel, and this is The Atalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Let's go now. But top 2 players. But top 2 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, though. So I will be there.
Okay.
Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
This is who we are, what we live for.
Morning, you all stand and keep standing. Hands bowed, eyes closed. Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning to give you honor and glory, O Lord, Father Almighty. Father, thank you for the day, this day which you have made. We will rejoice and be glad in it, O Father. Father, we ask of your continued blessings and favor, O Lord, Father Almighty. Father, we ask of you to continue to bless each and every one, O Lord, Father, from the crown of their head to the sole of their feet, O Father. Father, I ask of you, O Lord, Father, to give this event that showing that it needs to be shown, O Lord Father. Father, let there be distances, O Lord Father, in order to name what you are, Lord and Savior, O Lord Father. Father, we pray for those who are on the way, O Lord Father, give them traveling mercies, O Lord. And on our behalf, O Lord Father, we pray for that traveling mercies in order to me. And I ask you, O Lord Father, to let us have injury, accident-free competition today in order to name what you are, Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Very much. I mean, it does really write the story to house long story. My house.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. On behalf of the Generation International Foundation, I just want to thank each and every one of you all for coming out to this event today, this big event festival. We are excited to have athletes, coaches, and officials here, and the supporters who will be coming today to support the athletes gathered in one place for this promising event that we are about to have. But before we begin, I just want to take a moment to recognize the people who have been working behind the scenes day in and day out to make sure that this event is carried around successfully. The organizing, the coordinating, the setting up, the long hours that they have put in, they out to make sure that this event is a success. Also, I want to extend my sincerest gratitude to the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs for their continuous support for the island and the entry for their continuous excellence that they have been doing pushing track and field through the country. I also want to recognize all sponsors for this event today. Carmen Hotel and our choosers for all that this event happens. And to all and the girl team and partners, we truly appreciate the time and the service that you are delivering for us here today. To the athletes, to the learning, with confidence, stay disciplined and working for the shows sports matching. Whether you TV or YouTube, what is that you make a plan. Make sure to represent yourself and your blog to the highest. So once again, welcome everyone to this event and I hope you enjoy today.
Very much, Mr. Wright. So with that, we now officially declare that the 2026 Power in the Field, the classic. We know ever since the last time today, we're going to continue from the business and get ready to take some updates as we currently has on the field.
Mrs. Walker, I'd like to tell your daughter, please. She's only in her daughter, I'd like to get to her. She.
Good morning and welcome to the Hasely Crawford Stadium on a bright Saturday morning here in Port of Spain. You're joining us with something special, the Wright Foundation's Power in the Field Classic. Usually it is the track stars that get the glory, but today the script is flipped. Today belongs to the jumpers and the throwers, and right now all eyes are on the pits for the under-17 boys long jump, which is a pivotal event for developing talent ahead of the Carifta trials in March. There's also going to happen at the same time the girls under-17 high jump that is also set to begin at 10 a.m. So still about 4 minutes away. Gives us enough time to set up how things will go for those two. The boys under-17 event, which was taking place on Jump Pit 2. And this one is 12 athletes involved in this. Samuel Roberts of Toko Tapak, Sebastian McKenna of Kaizen Panthers, Ronaldo Bob of Toko Tapak, NZ Davis, QRC, Timothy Edwards of Toko, Kaiden Perez of QRC, Ezekiel Jones of Toko, Kamali John of Kaizen Panthers, Titus Edwards, of Toko, Zane Martin of Memphis Pioneers, Rocky Wilson of Toko, and Isaiah John of Burnley. Those are the 12 athletes involved in the boys under-17 long jump. And in the girls long jump, it's a smaller field. Adia Jones of Toko, Rianne Graham of QRC, Destiny Silverthorne of Toko, Kaylee Washington of Concord, and LaQueen Welsh of QRC. So we are still a few minutes away from the start of these particular events, but that's the first two. Event number 1, girls under-17 long jump, will be delayed slightly, and that is because several of the athletes involved in the girls under-17 long jump are also competing in the girls under-17 high jump. And on both lists, I can see the names of Destiny Silverthorne. Kaylee Washington is also in that list. So 2 of the names, athletes involved in both events. So it is going to be event 3, girls under-17 high jump, which will take place first, and the boys under-17 athletes are getting ready for that. This gives me enough time to tell you a little bit about the event today. For those of you all who are joining us in Trinidad and Tobago and further afield, this event, as we mentioned, is one in which we have the field athletes taking precedence, and This really does suggest renewed interest, or rather a renewed emphasis on field events. And when you think about the success of Trinidad and Tobago at international level, a lot of it has come from field events. One thinks certainly about Keyshawn Walcott, his gold medal at the Olympics in 2012, and his World Athletics Javelin gold medal last year. And just this week, you would remember that he received $500,000 from the Ministry of Sport as part of the government's incentive program that has been put in place. Now, here's how it's going to happen here today. The event focuses primarily on the field disciplines: shot put, discus, javelin, long jump, triple jump, high jump, and pole vault is also on today. That's if it's drawn athletes involved. And this is connected to the Wright Foundation. The Wright Foundation certainly is connected to the national long jump record holder, Andwell Wright. Wright is a three-time Carifta Games champion, and he won gold at the 2019 NACAC Championships. He was also an Olympian, qualified to compete at the Tokyo Games of 2020-2021. However, he contracted COVID just before Games and was unable to compete. Well, the Janice and Henson Wright Foundation, dedicated to his parents, and certainly they are well remembered. His mother, an accountant, passed away from cancer in 2014. His father was a former Calypsonian, a three-time Tobago Calypso monarch under the name the Calypso Prince. So well known, both of his parents involved in local culture and local excellence. So long jumpers just getting their way, measuring their run-up. So we're minutes away from that. The high jumpers also getting ready to compete. Always already seeing the colors of QRC. The girls under 17 high jump could very well be a battle between Rhian Graham and LaQueen Welch, the two QRC girls. Of course, Adia Jones, Destiny Silverton, and Kaylee Washington will have something to say about that. They are getting ready to compete. So we will take a short break, and you can take in the scenes here from the Hasely Crawford Stadium as we get ready for the Wright Foundation Power in the Field Classic.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top 2 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how you enjoyed the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, though, so I will be there.
Okay.
Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field.
Flowing fierce, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control. Ancient heart in modern skin, way of the fist, fight to win.
via long jump or the javelin or the shot put. So many exciting field events today. Usually the track will be the star highlights of track and field, but thankfully today, all those field events is center stage. And all star events in their very own right. And today, very easy actually to have a meeting of this magnitude where the field event takes the center stage. And boy, oh boy, do we expect some people right away today, of course. Entry limited, the crowd will come in as the big one. The athletes are getting pumped and really watching. Jump in, so to speak. The boys on the 17 long jump. Just have a pretty jump up. Seems to be the sire of the rocks.
So we've just had the first jump in the boys under 17 long jump. Looked like Ezekiel Jones was the first to jump there. Actually, Samuel Roberts of Toko Tapak was the first to jump. Next is Sebastian McKenna, Kaizen Panthers.
Yeah.
Is legal attempt by Kaizen Panthers man. Boys under 17 long jump, many feel that it will be Isaiah John of Burnley is the heavy favorite in this one. Isaiah John, and as you would expect, as the favorite, he has been listed as the 12th jumper. It's going to be Ronaldo Bob of Toko. Should be Ronaldo Bob up next. If it's not going to be Ronaldo Bob, this is NZ Davis of QRC Athletic Club. Appears that Ronaldo Bob is not going to be competing today. Queen's Royal College has a strong history of producing technical field athletes. See what quality we can get out of NZ Davis, who's on his way down the runway. Looks like it's going to be a legal jump. It is. NZ Davis, one of the few junior athletes who also competes in the pole vault. And he has cleared 1 meter 60 meters in 2017. That's at the pole vault. And pole vaulters have an exceptional runway speed and body control. And if he can transfer that fearlessness that he has to the long jump board, he could be a surprise package today. NZ Davis of QRC. So no Timothy Edwards of Toko Tapak. We go next to the QRC teammate of NZ Davis. This is Kaizen Perez of QRC. Another one of those young rising athletes, active in the under 15 category last year, graduating to the under 17 ranks, looking to establish himself against the older boys. Nice aggressive approach. That's a good jump, longest one of the day so far by Perez. Historically, Perez has been a consistent competitor at the junior champs level. Might be looking for some more technical polish rather than just raw speed. Just be looking on. Legal jump for him. Longest jump so far. So he is your leader. There's another Toko athlete. Ezekiel Jones is up next. Ezekiel Jones. Toko has produced some fine athletes over the years and certainly strong technical development in Toko. See what we see from this youngster out of Toko. Another one of the fresh faces in this particular field. And these athletes, Jones, one of the developmental core of the Wright Foundation mission. He is on his way. Very close, yes. It did look as though he had touched, made an impression on the plasticine, and he has. Scratch off his first jump. A little smile on the face of young Ezekiel Jones. Jamali John of Kaizen Panthers is listed to jump next. And Jamali Jones is wearing the yellow outfit today, the yellow top, and he's just about ready to get underway here. So Jamali Jones, his first jump. Let's see what he can do. His high knees as he comes through, and sort of pulled out as he was halfway to that jump. Didn't quite hit his mark. It was a legal jump though, but started to see those choppy steps coming up towards the board. Not his best effort. And it was almost as long as some of the early efforts, even though he pulled out of the jump. So he might have a lot more to offer here. Jamali John. Fortunately, the athlete who is about to compete next, wearing 852, was not listed here. We'll try to find out who he is, so apologies for that. Not listed on the official card. He might be a late entry. Oh, that might have actually been better. And we saw from Perez earlier. Close to Perez's distance by the youngster. So we'll look out for him in the second jump. 852. Next up on the runway, there's no Titus Edwards, so he's out. Zane Martin of Memphis Pioneers is the next man up. Versatile field athlete, dangerous in both horizontal jumps. Sixth at the 2025 Junior Championships. Silver medalist also in the triple jump with 11 meters. Excellent bounding mechanics he certainly should have. So Zane Martin has his first jump chalked off. Rocky Wilson is up next. Let's run straight through. Still very much a developmental athlete. That was Rocky Wilson of Choco Tapak. So learning the craft of the long jump, which is certainly one of the more difficult disciplines. And now here's the top man in the field. Many expect he's the one that's going to take the title today. Burnley's Isaiah John. Power jumper he is. Also competes in the 300 meter hurdles. Does have the rhythm and stride pattern discipline that pure sprinters sometimes lack. Let's see what he can produce with his first jump of the day. He didn't quite get it right. And immediately, even while he was in the air, he was holding up an apology to the judges. And it is a red flag. So his first jump has been chalked off. That's certainly the favorite on paper. Bronze medalist at the 2025 N3ATT Junior Championships. Had a jump of 6.12 meters then. So we'll hope to see better from him as we get along. We're going to go back now. Second rotation. And this is Samuel Robert of Toko Tapak, one of the younger men in the field. Samuel on his way. Well, that's certainly going to be a red flag. It is. That was a fall. You can see that one coming from the penultimate step. Just got it wrong. And the youngster, another one of the young names involved. Haven't seen Samuel Roberts before. But here competing for Toko, he's very young. In fact, just 13 years of age, actually. 12 years, in fact. Sebastian McKenna of Tyson Panthers up next. McKenna at the top of his mark, just waiting for the officials to give him the all clear to come down. Looks more than ready for action here today. Here's McKenna. Another jump that went wrong. That's one of the real challenges for young jumpers at this level. It's all about getting the technicals right. Didn't get it right at that point. 17 level, the difference between a good jump and a great jump is almost about technical discipline rather than just about raw speed. Wry smile on the face of Sebastian McKenna of Kaizen Panthers. And we come back to NZ Davis of QRC. Not the height that we see from the likes of McKenna. Zane Martin. Here's NC Davis. Yes. Not the height, but not the extension. Yeah, it's going to count. No improvement on his first jump, though. So 2 legal jumps for NZ Davis. So we will see next his QRC teammate, Kaiden Perez. And the QRC athletics team has certainly been producing some interesting young athletes coming up. In fact, 2 of them will be competing in the girls under 17 high jump. That's Rhiann Graham and LaQueen Welsh. Under 17 long jump is going to be taking place shortly. In fact, it's already started, the girls under 17 high jump. And we just saw the first jump there, but we focus on the long jump at this time. We've seen the QRC jumpers, NZ Davis, and now Kaiden Perez. Can he improve on his very good effort in the first round? He has, in fact, improved on it. Will it count? It's white. A slight fumble by the official there. She initially started to raise the red flag and realized her mistake. Must have sent a few flutters up the hearts of the young man, Kaiden Perez. Big picture, it's all about competing for places in the Caribbean Games. And if I get the sign right that he was giving to his coach, it might be just under 5 feet. 5 meters, correction, that he would have been completing there. And this should be Ezekiel Jones of Toko Tapak up next. He produced a good jump in the first round. The jump really doesn't start at the board. It actually starts 35 meters away, doesn't it? And you always want to see that acceleration, the gradual rise, almost like a plane taking off. Ezekiel Jones. Is that one going to count? Yeah, thought that one wasn't going to count. Just looked as he was just reaching for the board at the end and then overreached. So, looking at the boys on the 17 long jump. And we will be switching to the javelin shortly. So stay tuned for that.
Discuss 4 minutes. The only action we will not.
Kamali John of Kaizen Panthers, easily the tallest man in the field outside of the youngster. There's the javelin. Boys under 17 long jump as we switch back to that. And that was Jamali John of Kaizen Panthers who completed his jump. It's legal. Now here's the competitor. Unfortunately, we still haven't been able to identify him. It's number 852. He produced quite a competitive jump in the first round. And he's just about to head down the runway. Looks like he does have quite a bit of seasoning in terms of his jumping. Very, very stylish look at the start. We haven't seen a legal jump from Isaiah John so far. Just the one jump from Isaiah John. Certainly on paper, the favorite for this event. Predictions are that it's going to be Isaiah John to win this one from Zane Martin. And the QRC boys could be up on the podium today, but this youngster certainly will change that view if he can continue to produce the jumps that we've seen from him so far. Here he is, ready to come down the runway. It's certainly close to the board. They hit the board hard, and it is a legal jump. So that is going to count. Going to cross to the javelin now. Just 3 competitors in the women's javelin. The girls' javelin throw taking place at this time. Should be the girls under 20 javelin throw. And the 3 athletes competing: Shanae Ravello of Lions Athletic Club, Isabella Solomon of Toko, and Janice Allain of Lions. So it's 2 Lions against the Toko athlete in the girls under 20. The top of the run-up just yet. So back to the boys' long jump. This should be St. Martin of Memphis Pioneers. Well, that was close, but yeah, just too close for comfort there. Red flag goes up. That's not going to count. That's a second foul here for St. Martin. Memphis Pioneers man. Making an impression on the plasticine. So that just gives you an idea of the pressure that he feels that he's under, the Appaloosa man. Memphis man, correction. Now, still not to record a jump here. Rocky Wilson ran true in his first attempt. Still another one of the developmental athletes, certainly very, very new. His uniform and just the way he approaches it would tell you that he's very new to the sport. Participation is important. It's about getting these athletes out here in competition. Barely gets to the board, the sand pit itself. So still a lot of work to do here for Rocky Wilson of Toko Tapak. And now it's the man many expect will win this one, the heavyweight favorite, Isaiah John of Burnley. Has jumped over 6 meters in competition before. And if he finds the board today, he could win this one. Have the advantage of the great height of the likes of his biggest rival, Zane Martin. He makes up with energy and speed down the runway. Here he is, quick as he approaches the board and runs through again. Second foul for him. Oh, that's interesting. So Zane Martin and Isaiah John, perhaps their eyes too closely on each other. They haven't noticed that the field has already registered a couple of jumps. Certainly the best one we've seen so far has been by Kaiden Perez, Mali John, and the athlete number 852. Back up to the top. Here's Samuel Roberts. Samuel Roberts of Toko. Is that one going to count? Yeah, yes, it is going to count. So that's the. So he fouled his second jump, but his third is fine. So we're on the third rotation now for the boys under 17 long jump. We're on pit 2, right in front of grandstand here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium.
for the pressure of the competition. So, each on zone base. So, of course, it will be more environment and yeah, it's not just.
It does look like competition in the javelin might be over for now. It does appear that the girls, there were only 3 competitors, so we were expecting that one to go through very quickly, and it has, in fact, finished very quickly. Girls under 20 javelin throw. Next javelin event will be the women's javelin throw for 600 grams. That should start at around 11:30 a.m. So we're still a distance away from that. Right now we're focusing on the under 17 long jump. We've already had one athlete jump in the 3rd rotation for the boys under 17. He's really reaching for it here. You can see that he missed his marks, maybe about halfway through, but it is going to be a legal jump. That's for Sebastian McKenna of Kaizen Panthers. To remind you of what the standard is at Carifta in terms of boys under 17. That's the category we're looking at. Last year at the Carifta Games held right here in Trinidad and Tobago, the outstanding jumper was Armani Phillips of Jamaica. Armani Phillips won the event with 7.49 meters. That's under 17. Michael Graham is a good friend. They had a titanic battle here at the Hazen Crawford Stadium. Michael Graham jumping 7.33 meters. In fact, Michael Graham led up to the very last jump. Armani Phillips showing the heart of a champion. Beat him with, I remember, was the last jump, 7.49 meters. Michael Paul of Trinidad and Tobago finished in 3rd place, taking the bronze medal, 7.03 meters. Armani Phillips of Jamaica also went on to win the triple jump title with 15.58 meters. A solid jump there by NZ Davis. 3rd legal jump for him. Really, many would have expected the competition will be between Zane Martin and Isaiah John, but neither of them have been able to produce a legal jump so far.
In the javelin, the boys for the javelin long jump getting into the final attempts, or is it the 3rd attempts? 3rd attempts, yes. Peregrine jumps by the jump there, the girls high jump.
These under 17 athletes do struggle for consistency. Well, this man has been consistent. Kaiden Perez. As his consistency when we're rewarded, well, it is a legal jump. Maybe not quite as long as the one we saw in his first attempt.
With the highest level. Good job.
Penultimate step in the long jump, it really is very, very important. There's really should be a very subtle lowering of the hips on the second to last stride. That really is the secret to a big distance from any jumpers, the penultimate step. Just look out for the hips just dropping slightly on that second to last stride. It's not slowing down by any means. It's all about loading the spring. As jumpers might say, it converts that horizontal springing speed into vertical lifts. We're going to watch Ezekiel Jones of Toko in a minute. Interestingly, 3 Toko athletes pulled out. Ronaldo Bob, Timothy Edwards, and Titus Edwards. All 3 pulling out. The only Toko athletes involved. Samuel Roberts. And the man we're going to see now, this is Ezekiel Jones. Yep, it's not going to count. And for the second time in a row, he has produced a foul jump. Where the competition starts to tighten up here. Tyson Panthers, Kamali John, Zane Martin, and Isaiah John. Those are the three big names in this competition. And then the athlete, really have to apologize, 852. His name was not on the starters list. He is going to be jumping right after this jump from Kimali and John. Here's John. Yeah, just lost his way, and he might have picked up an injury. Looks like a hamstring is gone here for John. That might be his day, unless he can shake that off. But the way he's reacted here, just about halfway down the runway, you knew that something was wrong. Just the way his stride patterns were evolving, you could have seen that there was a problem. But it looks like that left hamstring is gone there for John. So a foul for Kimali John. That might be the last we've seen of him today. No hand claps go up here, increasing the drama of this performance. Very close. It is going to be a red flag. This really did look close, just touching that strip of plasticine on the board to indicate it was a foul jump. Good jump, though, but it's not going to count. So we look at Zane Martin of Memphis Pioneers. 2 fouls so far. He needs to get this one. So he might be a bit more conservative in his approach here. Might be a bit conservative, and the pressure is on really here. You can just feel it around Zane Martin and Isaiah John. Let's see what's going to happen here. Already, he's asking for the crowd to applaud. Can he produce the goods now? He needs a jump to get on the board here. Zane Martin of Memphis Pioneers. Oh, what a jump that was. It is legal, so he is on the board finally.
Just needs continue executing. Good test. They are on a runway.
Things to look out for as you get to the better athletes in this event. Foot placement relative to the hips. The common mistakes of youngsters and all long jumpers really is the mistake of reaching for the white line. That's where the foot lands ahead of the hips. And the effect of that really is it acts more like a brake. Simply want an active plank striking the board directly under the body center of mass. There's the young athlete, Rocky Wilson, ambling in and doesn't make it. Just first appearance for Rocky Wilson here, and that's his third foul in a row. So finally now, can Isaiah John get on the board here? The Burnley man, hot favorite for this event. Can he produce the jump?
John seems to try to make this one right.
At the top of his mark, just outside of your picture, he's talking to himself. His left index finger pointing down the runway, and here he comes. wheeling through the air. It is a legal jump, his first legal jump. Is it going to be good enough to take the lead, though? I don't think so. It's just a little bit shorter than the jump we saw from Zane Martin a few minutes ago. What is it going to be? See what the signal is. It is legal, by the way.
So now the athletes will one final chance to make their mark.
I think he's very pleased with it. Seems to be okay for him. Well, we go on to that's number 4 here. Samuel Roberts back at the top of the, and this is going to be Samuel Roberts of Toku Tapak.
Girls see the girls shot. Gets ready to
Here's Roberts.
Here's you. Good job. Oh.
But this is, that looked like a legal jump. It is. You can immediately tell there's several things that young Samuel Roberts has to work on. Certainly the speed down the runway is one of them. Technical work on other aspects of his long jumping technique. You can tell he's very, very young in this particular field. In fact, the more experienced jumpers are the ones we've seen the longest jumps from. Sebastian McKenna will be 16 this year, as will be Kamali John, Zane Martin, and Isaiah John. Those are the top athletes in this event, and all of them nearing the age of 16. So they are in the running, perhaps for a place in the Coripta Games team. And, following the footsteps and hopefully emulate and improve on the performance of Michael Paul. 7.03 meters he produced last year, right in front of us at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. Sebastian McKenna of Kaizen Panthers up next. He's at the top of the runway. Here he comes. And again, not happy with that jump, Sebastian McKenna. It is going to count though, but you can see the way that his the rhythm of the steps started to change as he got up to the board. In the end, he was reaching for the board. That's where he really started to accelerate. Another aspect of the long jump to look for is the style of flight mechanics. The hang versus the hitch kick. Easy to spot the hang. That's where the athletes sweep the arms back and hold the body long. It is efficient and easier to master. But the more advanced jumpers might attempt the hitch kick, where you sort of cycle the legs in the air and fight the forward rotation. It is risky, but if your timing is off and you land early, it looks spectacular. But it requires some elite coordination, doesn't it? Is NC Davis of QRC. Better jump. That's his best one of the day. Not going to threaten the leaders here, but it could get him onto the podium. One of the problems with the jump there by Davis is that the jump is going to be measured from where his butt hits the sand and not where the heels land. Certainly the jump isn't doable when you leave the pit. You have to really look at where the heels are in. And the goal really is to keep the butt from hitting the sand behind the heel mark, because that will become the measure, of course.
28 class expected to
Athletes in the long jump in that very last phase, they look to shut the door on the jump, swinging the arms forward to really pull the body past the landing mark.
and the jumps.
Got himself in a little bit of a tangle there. That's the other QRC guy, Kaiden Perez. Number 4 for him.
We have a truck on the road. We have a truck on the road. We have a truck on the road. Give it a leg for a truck on the road. We have a truck on the road. We have a truck on the road. We have one big bad state truck on the road.
Next up is Ezekiel Jones of Toko. Up here with the big boys, Ezekiel. 15 years of age, so he may have another year in his locker to compete at the Carifta Games. If he can make the team this year, it'd be certainly a proud accomplishment for him. He's in the reckoning for podium place here today in this event. And he's wearing national colors. Here's Jones. That's not going to count, yeah. Just move around the board slightly there. You could see him just trying to land. The feet actually just landed maybe behind the hips. And he's immediately taken off the spike. So that is that it for him today. I think he's entirely pleased with his effort. 3 straight fouls for Ezekiel Jones. Also with 2 straight fouls is Kamali John, but he is going to come after. Here's athlete 852. Athlete 852 getting the crowd going behind him. Crowd that enjoys the long jump. This is an event named after a jumper who is quite familiar with this event, the national record holder in the long jump, Andrel Wright. Good hitch kick, but he just touches the line again. Second straight foul for him. After 2 good jumps, he's fouled this one. Again, looks bitterly disappointed with that effort. So we're about to watch Zane Martin. He struggled with finding his consistency today. What can he produce now? Zane Martin of Memphis Pioneers. It's the all clear. In the slow hand claps, Wendell Williams, former record holder and coach of Andrel Wright. In fact, Andrel broke his national record. Oh, that's a good jump. It brings Wendell Williams up to his feet, and he applauds. That's a good jump there by Zane Martin, and that puts him in the reckoning for perhaps the win here today. Well, he has a smile on his face, Zane Martin, so he may feel that going to do it for him. Medalist, as you mentioned, in the triple jump for Zane Martin, and he immediately goes over to talk to Wendell Williams, who embraces him. There you can see him just at the bottom of your picture, and he claps him on the back. That's a nice touch there. That's a special feeling for the youngster Zane Martin of Memphis Pioneers, getting the nod of approval there from the national coach. Here's young Rocky Wilson of Toko Tapak. Well, I'll tell you what, he has improved. Takes a big tumble. That's a 4th. But that was a better effort there from Rocky Wilson. And I think this is what you want to see. You want to see the athletes improve when they come out here. His first two jumps didn't get to the pit. That one didn't get to the pit, but that was much closer than all the others. And I think Rocky Wilson will leave here thinking that he has shown a bit of improvement here in his jump. And I think if he's learned anything was that he used a longer run up, and there was definitely a lot more energy in his running down. So that's improvement, what you'd want to see from young Rocky Wilson. Now, here's Isaiah John, produced a legal jump in the last one. Let's see, can he do it again? Can he better what Zane Martin did? Pulls out again. That's not going to do it. Well, he is hugely disappointed there, the young man, Isaiah John. Hugely disappointed because that was the chance for him. And the shoes are coming off. That's going to end off the boys under 17 long jump competition. And while we don't have the official results, I think it really definitely is going to be Zane Martin. That jump, his last jump, certainly seemed to clinch it. As soon as the official scores are in, we will share that with you. So that is going to end off boys under 17 long jump. The javelin has also been complete. And the high jump is on a little bit of a break right now. So we will take a short break ourselves. Now we'll be back with more here at the 2026 Wright Foundation Power in the Field Classic.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV. Starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
Queen. Clearly at the high jump. Starting point. Another attempt for Miss Clearance. Seems to be the rule. I think she gives it one out. She does. What a clearance it is. Oh my goodness. Well, based on her earlier attempt, as I said, she almost got the right hand. She did just that, making a wonderful clearance. Good job, young lady. Never easy to compete against yourself. And she certainly stepped up as she is congratulated by her coaches or parents down there. Well done. What a way to get your season off and jumping. Lovely signs of accomplishment of achievement. That feels good factor of why you make that clearance. And I want to believe she's still going. She's going to go for another height. So we keep our eyes open over on that side. She is the competitor right now on the entire field. The girls under 17 high jump. 2 hours in athletics. Well represented. Still waiting for those final results for the boys. And the feminine long jump and the girls jump it, and we'll transcribe with you. Give you those results as soon as we come to hand. Smack one in the middle of the festivities. This is the 2026 Right Foundation of Poet Beauty Classic. And we are going to have a celebration right here today. And you can see action with the girls under 17 long jump. I'm certain whether that was inspired or how you will treat the under 20 categories in the long jump.
Yes. Oh. One six yeah, 168, 168.
Come just a reminder, we don't pray all the to see it to be the long jump of these people have won the total field that takes center stage today. On the outside, shot all the way.
Yes, the game ball put the game on the ball.
Turn our attention now to the high jumpers. As she attacks another jump. So she just cleared 168 and she's going to attack.
We give it up, we give
So she cleared 168. And the lady early on, she's going to roll for one up. We can this how she exceptionally well. And here she goes. Unlucky this time around. But let's give her a round of applause. Come on, show some support for her. Local athlete over in the high jump. Is she going to have another goal? Yes, she is.
So the high jump just about to end here. Recruiters, I should say, the Philips 17 high jump. My competitors in this one will bring up papers and jump over the new round. QRC girls this one in the area the feet well. Welsh. 你 expect this to happen? A little bit of 17 later. Long jump about 200 that being wheels on 17 major. Sitting on the bench. As a reminder, the competitors will build on 17 high jump. Kenya Jones and Tony Taka, Riyad Riyad. You are seen as the silver medal of Togo, Washington. While to the remaining competition is she had 3 jumps and she won for 1. She made the spot here. 17 high jump. Right foundation power to feel completely the long jump take to the one team athletes of this company that is very interesting area. One of the second practice is what trade from across it's here. That will take us to the reigning champion. Robbie is also with them. Fine. So have we will put 20 long jump shortly. We'll be taking another break here. Stay with us here on Wave TV 2026 Right Foundation Power Interface Classic live here, Casey Crawford Stadium.
Girls under 20 long jump shortly.
Hey, how you doing? Long time no see, why? See you. Wait, you're back here now? Yeah. You're watching? It's okay. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Okay.
Second one with simple proposition on this one should be a quick talk. These girls under 20, so we're really good competitors in there. In the mix.
No.
Good to see you all here. The action is starting to heat up. Competition truly underway in this 2026 Right Foundation Point to beat the classic. The women's javelin also under 20. Commencing shortly also. Still awaiting those results from the women, the girls under 17 jumping, the boys under 17 long jump. Well, we know who the winner is in the girls under 17 high jump.
And we do have some results for boys under 17 in the long jump. Coming in first with the best jump of 6.41 meters, we have Jafari Edwards of Murray. Second place with the best jump of 6.37 meters, Zayn Martin of Memphis Pioneers. The third place with the best jump of 5.88 meters, Isaiah John of the Athletic Club. In fourth place with the best jump of 5.67 meters, Sebastian Lupino of Kaiser Panthers. In fifth position with a jump of 5.56 meters, we have Tyler Perez of QRC Athletic Club. In sixth position, jump of 5.35 meters, landed Kamali John Kaiser Panthers in sixth. In seventh position, 4.94 was the best jump of NC Davis of QRC Athletic Club, and in eighth position, with the best jump of 4.09 meters, Samuel Ross of Togo Tapak.
will go across to the girls and 20 shot put. High jump instruction then. Yes, real get back in front. Right now. At the same time, the girls are 20 long jumping from start. Boys 17. Boys under 17. I jump would take place to the 20 long jump and just getting the instructions. at the moment. What's happening? Field. Look from Billy Lee and we saw the Samuel Robert, Rocky Wilson of Togo, on the ball of Togo, Molly John of Heidi is involved in the boys at 17.
Almost ready for showdown in the under 20 girls. Long jump, but in the meantime,
The girls long jump looks like it's going to be a straight shootout between Nick Wilson and Kenisha Shelbourne. Kenisha Shelbourne, the standing jumper. Kenisha Shelbourne, the triple jumper, won the gold medal in the last year. Well, she doesn't have that bounding power into this event, so it could be an interesting jump off between Kenisha Shelbourne and Kenny Kitson. See how they spend. Still, we're looking at getting ready for the start of the boys under 17 high jump. Feel that when you defeat athletes, usually direction is Kenisha Shelbourne is actually competing in the women's event. Janine Murray of Concord also competing in the women's, but it will be a combined event here.
final paces.
Pause for the high jump, and in the meantime, javelin is going on at this time.
Ladies javelin. The action is on.
Getting ready to compete with the girls at the 50 long jump. Casey and Joy husband, so good. And there.
I just have a feeling girls long jump is going to be a classic. It has something about this bit that is going to be classic. I tell you. Top of the morning, warriors. The starters are almost ready. We have the lineup for this under 20 girls. Togo Times and Peter Stewart. Cougars. Kezia husband. Togo Times. Isabel Solomon. Curiosity Athletics. Rihanna Graham. Haley Lynch. Curiosities Welsh.
Going on this time.
Teddy Vincent.
throw as the girls, the javelin throw women.
That's your lineup for the girls under 20.
We did have earlier the girls 20 javelin. That
Stand by.
now the 15. Let's tell you. Women's javelin.
This is the present and the future of field. Long jump for Trinidad and Tobago. It's so much potential in there. The athletes. So much potential, so much more lying on them. The future, Trinidad and Tobago. Release and hence the Royal Foundation. Following the Freedom Classic.
And these are the results for the user 17 high jump. First position with
Women. Here's going to be Gerald Lee Jones, brilliant athlete, won multiple giving the mark.
Well, she's probably makes one for the long jump. She is in the next year.
Suzanne Garcia, Gwendolyn Smith.
In the other 20 girls. Are you lying? All the time is your way.
Shelbourne and across the first spot. Very, very long run. When he was the Japs. Now, this is that on this is Mia Hall, who was born in 2006. Then we have the likes of Suzanne Garcia, Gwendolyn Smith, born in 1964, Gwendolyn George, 1972. Four of the athletes involved in this event were born in the last century, including the young Glasgow, who is 28 of age. provide a great opportunity for the Masters athletes to also compete. Fantastic. The individual runners, Masters athletes, so then involved in fun. Vasco is the next to throw here at the javelin. She could be. There she is. The throw is somewhere around just over 20 meters. You can throw for. Shows the measurement. That's the javelin. I jump. Chanel Hammond. Yeah, hold. Late. That one. Well aware of the heavy crosswind here at the Hazy Crawford Stadium. The wind coming over those stands away to the east. Push that down a couple of meters closer to this near line. Ready to get the long jump is just about to start. Competition is going the software of Lion Athletics is about to but as we're on the way. Going to leave the women's javelin throw in just a bit for the start of this very interesting looking field for the girls of the long javelin. It features a clash between established multi-event stars and developing specialists. The key narrative this has left the 17 standout stepping up to this category can challenge the other question. Here is Kezia Joy's husband and that long javelin. pulled out at the end, and good job. That's Isabella Solomon. That's still good down back. It is in fact legal. Rian Graham of QRC. The next athlete on the lineup is Haley Lynch of Memphis Pioneers. I would say where the medics go in this competition. Paul jump to start off for Haley Lynch. It's just the name on the national team. 2023 team member. Jumped in 6 meters. That's when she scored correctly. Wide smile on her face as she comes off, just analyzing where things are going to the Queen Welsh, who just saw compete in the high jump for girls 17. Lynch, I believe that she is the winner of that competition. So, multi-fantastic is Queen Welsh, and here she is. So, those jump the girls in 20 long jump.
Don't be afraid, folks, to share this information. Well, she got the height.
It was a legal jump from the Queen Welsh. That one survived, but not the length that we saw from Isabella. Yeah, the first look at Nisha Shelbourne. What do you think?
Get ready on for rolling.
Right. It's more like a run more than anything else. We just need to be Vincent for the first time in the girls' championship. Let's see what she can produce. Watch here. See it on the street back. Shelbourne, but yeah, but Janae Murray is also in this. She's going to jump next. Here's the Vincent. Her first jump here today. And that's what clear as day.
Unsuccessful. 3 more attempts.
Teammate of Nicholson.
From one corner to the next. Janine Murray.
Finishing off Shelton. Yes, first we look at Janine Murray. From she is in. The vice Medal Williams. Here's Janine Murray. Let's skip the jump, and here she goes.
Janine Murray.
Good jump, but you can tell that she wasn't quite happy with it. Didn't look utterly comfortable as she was getting to the line. More this. But she had to jump in.
Chris round of caps.
See where Kenisha Shelton, what sort of form she is in. Mark,
Moving forward, clean and smooth.
gold and black. Halfway 6. This is going to be an interesting battle between them. Shelbourne and Vincent. Pull out. That's a pretty good athlete, Vincent. Upcoming one. Oh. Here's Kenisha Shelton. Her first jump. Her jump will end off the first round. Jump to start off from Kenisha Shelbourne.
Is it?
There's a legal jump.
Legal on
Behind the line.
Still
Quite maximize the use of the board. Let's start with
the athletes.
get back towards the
Jump
javelin once again.
out of the way.
She was quite happy, was she? Still going on in the women's javelin throw. This is for javelin 600 grams. Second round of competition in the World 20 about to begin. It's Akila Stewart. Tuko. Moment. Head back to the. There's a shot of Akila Stewart looking on at her second jump. Single jump. It doesn't count. Joy husband.
Second round.
Who goes up next?
Money. On the SEO jumping. Pulas.
Javelin.
Husbands.
Going back to the pit of the girls in 21. Yes, Kezia Joy husband. Control of the body at the end there. I mean,
It's a legal one.
she was almost falling away to her right side. The right side actually landed on the sand first. Athletes the techniques ahead of the third jump.
This one.
Isabella Solomon.
Secure next now we go Solomon.
Smaller athletes involved in this.
And a 50% old now. She loses the gold.
Solomon born in 2009 alongside husbands and stewards. Youngest athlete of this event is Queen Welsh, who is going to be 16 this year. Solomon. 17 she will be this year. Waiting for the official to give the all clear to start. And there's the all clear has come down. So she's about ready to come down the runway. Here's Isabella Solomon.
Second and third.
That's by Isabella Solomon. The toes first into the sand. Ready. Entirely the area which was speed down the runway. Look at the likes of shell points not better to their approachable. Lily Lynch is next in Memphis Pioneers. She's enjoying the soca music being piped around the stadium. Before she started jumping, she was the only one dancing out there as part of the warm-up. And on top of her mark outside your picture, she's still dancing as the
Next to the woman.
javelin goes on. No, you're wondering why she was walking down the sand. That was why, because she knew it was not going to count. Taylor Lynch.
Javelin is on the way.
Throwing the javelin.
Not about a tenth of there. This is legal scores, we go on the official results for the javelin.
I believe that'll be Geraldine George.
Well, to see another plane on the runway, get ready to take off in the four.
And in the Wheels of the 20 jump, it's going to be next. Look at Welsh. Three. It's a young junior event. The Queen Welsh bring down the runway. That one's going down.
Looks good. Is it intimate? Yes, it
It's
is.
going to come to the Queen Welsh, so she's produced two good jumps here already. Yes, yes. I think Captain's Karen Romney is on there. Just take a quick. That was by
Let's have Anna Clam Jam, you don't know.
So who's next?
yeah,
On
that's
the
good.
runway. Who do we have? Sir Robley. Huey Robley, Kaizen Matters.
She said, boy, so we it's going to be like so now she turned away. She turned her.
Jory Robley is up next. She is in line for a place in the under 20 team at Paralympic Games. That's what she's competing for.
It's on the track.
It's not going to count. Clearly, long way, so half of the feet of the drum.
They're in the second attempts.
The defense is going to have a second attempt.
These shots,
The first attempt. No, she's going to get there.
Steve hits the runway. Aiming Macabella, take off. And this time around,
What she said, you come in some she will make you Friday, so the people
Back here, Cindy Kitson. Good job. 20 bars with all sorts of trouble with that one. Yeah, down for that second. Ball here on the road to make Super early in that jump. Just getting tackled up. Lots of techniques right here. Nick Vincent, and she's looking at the stands where Coach Glenn Williams is. So it's a up next in the women's long jump.
Janine Murray, Goldwater.
Start with the javelin throw. Yes, last two. Here is Janine Murray, encore. Huge amount of elevation there. Next three is going to stand. She produces legal jump. Nisha Shelburne is coming up next, but give back the next jump. Right foot ball.
The action continues and intensifies. Stations of the field have some results. These are
Nisha Shelburne here next.
long jump.
She is
The best jump on 480 meters. We have Yannick Stewart on 2 meters. In second position, the best jump on 480 we have Destiny Silverthorne on Togo Tanga. Nadia Jones on Togo Tanga. Did register.
Here comes Shelburne. The second attempt.
Nisha Shelburne. The ball from the audio. Waiting until Haley licks from there. He's behind it, gets that track. Walk there, so walk the back. Look to the line.
Seems to like it.
It is. Second legal jump here for Ganesha Shelburne. She proved back quick.
Meanwhile, we are asking our representatives from one of the following teams. Please check Christy in the corner room. Representative from UPT, from TTD and the Defense Force. Taste and performance. Oasis and Deepak with representative from those clubs. Please see Christy and the corner room. Oasis, Taste and Performance, Defense Force, UPT, and Deepak.
That was Susan Garcia.
Continuing with the results, I have the results. John would be girls under 17 and round in field position for the best throw 29
Shelburne completed second round of the competition.
In second position,
Long jump.
best throw 23.02 meters. We have Susan Williams. In third position, the best throw 24 meters. We have
Keela
in fourth position, the best throw 19.9 we have Michael Lacan. In fifth position, the best throw
next up is Kezia Joy. The first jump was second jump up on the water. Can she improve here? Cougars and But jump.
Pushing back. Let's go down and don't let it. But let's go down now. Safety. Foot was being you are fast. You're showing here the little one. Husbands of Cougars.
Next up is the song of Total Santa.
It's a better song. Trying to win his 2 attempts.
You would expect her to beat Tito in this competition.
Yeah,
So, she is a Aussie that but you would expect her to have to enjoy. Get tired from later on. She will be still jumping strong. You okay? She is. Better jump, but made an impression on that.
Final jump to improve on previous jumps.
One more jump. That will bring Haley Lynch, DC's Pioneers, back. Yes, that's but if you get anywhere close to that, you just go.
Haley Lynch is up next.
Big jump in the lock. Use that now.
Hey, that looks much better.
Jump
from Haley. Is it legitimate? It is.
White flag.
Joined by Emily Sandy.
Very well. And she translates.
Those in the room. Other 2 previous jumps as well.
Into power here.
Could take you into a different zone. Switch off everything, you don't need that phone. I'm a give me back.
Jumped in there.
First jump by Graham. Is it an improvement on 2 previous jumps? We will wait and see. It is a legitimate one as well.
Probably of
Just like me, and I want to rock. Feel the same, but I just light up. Yeah.
Probably. Jump to get much elevation as she was walking. It's going to come though. On the jump the last time round, this one's going to Sneak Vincent in the focus here. Two foul jumps already for Sneak Vincent. Watch out! Second chance in the shot mobility.
We could do this till we scream. Ain't nobody got you on. I won't tell him if you don't tell him. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like no drama, baby. We go watch that drama.
One day you call for that needs first to leave.
Maybe I'm
Not to leak this up the rest of the for that league to come back to back. Foul jump. Hands up. Something special, but it's going to come. Doing everything. Three jumps.
Oh, she said they like that.
Didn't like the third one at all.
Seems to be a great one as well.
She's been in the wars here today, Tanique Vincent. You watch us at Concord Training Partner, Jenny Murray. Out to go. Jump to the left back. Yeah, and a count.
So to the third round of jump, the third attempts from these athletes running off. Sheldon will be the final athlete to run down the third attempts, and they will have one more goal to get one more big one or big one in.
You was wrong advice, but when I continue, everything nice. You should, but here's my advice. Keep it right. Show me what love does feel like. Calibrate it. It's all I got going on. Calibrate it. I let me try one day tomorrow. Break it. Really clean up. Sweet. Give me the one if you want to bring smile like you.
Sheldon will win the final attempt, and that is a good one. Sorry, the final athlete.
Team she's competed for, and they would be happy with that. It's a smile from her. In contrast to what she saw in the rival, Tanique Vincent earlier. Very, very
Oh, see the piece about it? One more goal for these athletes to round off the girls under 20 long jump.
final round of
This
competition
is
now.
the Janice
20
and Henson
javelin competition has rounded up. Also, the high jump has ended. We did see the triple jump going on just across the stadium. Final round of competition in the girls under 20 long jump. Ida Stewart of Tokyo will lead us off here. Shorter run-ups, so she's still learning the craft here. Ida Stewart.
40 bikes in the store.
Run-ups of likes.
We can start the results from the women's javelin.
Young, let's do it.
Stewart
Second in a row. Second fall for Ida Stewart's luggage.
girls under
Solid
20
jump.
long jump.
2 falls, turned off.
King Stewart from Tokyo Tampa.
That's your Joy husband.
It's been a long time.
Needs that total speed into the game. So the thing that the stop finds space over the year.
Sit back the boys under 17 age also from Sydney. Patricia results for you Terry
Wilson.
as Isabel son of Togo Tampa. Get ready for a final attempt.
Tired of the 9 to 5, but it's job. Tell them, I'm skinny talk. My bottom cut, the phone on I catch you. So everybody just shut time to break away. Look, my fights and this kind of boss won't stop and I find myself
And we remember your friend. Yes, we just come to the end. See me with my candy big friend. Let me make a friend. She come from no, she come from up, she come from when you come in my way. Up, she come from down, she come from no, she come from love you with your falling why is season again and we and we good make she dreaming to be going me, cause she coming out to me. When she was she was I tell you, we drive them up to the sky, what we drunk and have them a time. And we have the money to spend, and we go right up to the end. What we make a deal, then make a deal. Now make a deal. Cause now what she like, don't turn up the lights, now what she like. I know you would take this. You got to no sweetness, that she eatness, no feelings, just walking to like you mean it. No sweetness, that she eatness, no feelings, just walking to like you mean it. But you didn't see how far you didn't have. Cause now what she like, don't turn off the lights, now what she like. Tell me about sweet girl, you got to no sweetness, that she eatness, no feelings, just want me to like you need it, no sweetness. I think we did. No feeling. Just looking at the feeling. Yeah, I don't sleep. From any music, I feel something. Don't think about me.
Getting down on the top of her game. That is a very competition. She will talk 3 balls.
Vincent, now we move on to Wait. Oh, Connie, call.
No sweetness, like she weakness, no feeling, just like she no sweetness, like she weakness, no feeling, just like you mean.
All eyes, all eyes. Girl, in the middle of the dark. You really get to be more. You might think it's a roll. All eyes. I believe in truth. Also, very hard. That brings the music down. Now we one final attempt from Shelbo.
Going to be the last jump of the competition.
Can she go a bit further?
Kenisha Shelbourne has already so far. Of that team.
Characters, triple jump, gold medalists. Because I believe and she accents brings her also
More people to get involved. They plus. Shut more than one jump. The day before.
Looks good.
That is the best of the day. It's legal.
It is. That brings the Toronto reaction. The girls under 20 long jump. We will have those official results.
That is it.
Oh yeah.
Women's long jump and the girls in 20. Watching out here.
TKR here at Madbotalo, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter, Emily. So hi, we having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top players. I will drop her. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field.
Flowing fierce, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control. Ancient heart in modern skin, way of the fist, fight to win.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Top 3 players. Let's go now. But top 3 players. But top 3 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night.
Live pictures of the athletes just analyzing their performances here, the 2026 Janice and Henson Wright Foundation Power in the Field Classic at the Hazy Crawford Stadium, watching the action on Wave TV. Kanisha Shelbourne, winner of the girls under 20 women's event just a couple minutes ago. We go now to the discus, which was recorded earlier, boys under 20 and this facility is equipped for the discus, but they're staging it outside today. Here's going to count. It's a legal throw. Or is it? I think that one was just outside of the mark, according to the official. This one is a legal throw this time. If you're wondering about what sort of throws did in fact win medals last year at the Caribbean Games, these are some of the young men and competing in this. Seems that the list we were given, there have been a couple of changes in terms of the entries. One just in, I believe. The official has signaled that one has just stayed inside. So in the Caribbean Games last year, at the under 20 level, boys discus, Joseph Solomon won the event with a throw of 56.82 meters. No Trinidad and Tobago athlete was anywhere close to that mark. Joseph Solomon, brilliant last in the under 20s. So this is the boys under 17 discus throw. Kellon Potts of RSS Phoenix, the last to throw there. This event was recorded earlier. It started at 10 o'clock. I think it started maybe a little bit later than that. But we're now seeing Josiah McDowell of Choco Tapak. This is the second round that we've seen so far. Josiah McDowell of Choco Tapak up next. rotation by McDowell. That, yeah, just arm just coming down too fast and just send that one thudding into the ground rather than in the air. At the Caribbean Games last year, Kamari Kennedy, that brilliant athlete out of Jamaica, he took the gold medal in the distance with a championship record of 60 meters, 60.87 meters. Now we're going to see, I believe this is McDowell. We saw McDowell shortly. Throwing from a standing position on extra, and that's because very much still in the developmental stage of his career as a discus thrower. And you tend to see that at the junior level where athletes are now learning the trade. And that was, in fact, Javon Williams, I believe that is, of Grandy, Sangre Grande. Next up, Ethan Mayers of Ascend Athletics. Familiar outfit of Ascend Athletics in the blue and black. And a right-hander is Ethan Mayers. That one stays in. That's going back to Kamari Kennedy last year in the Caribbean Games, won at under 17 level, won the discus throw and the shot put, and created championship records with both events. I think the coaches happy with that. Ronaldo Bob of Toko Tapak is up next. Kamari Kennedy eventually went on to win the title for the outstanding athlete at the Caribbean Games last year. Really was brilliant, and a very big man, but small in terms of ego. He was very quietly and very unassuming as he took the title last year. Ronaldo Bob of Toko Tapak. That one just stayed in. Not one of the longer throws here today. Another athlete who is still learning the trade. He's only 13 years of age, actually, Ronaldo Bob. You can see it. Very young 13-year-old. That should bring next the RSS Phoenix athlete, Amari Dick. And Amari Dick is making his way to the circle for the discus throw. Amari is only 15 years of age, so another one competing for the under 17 competition. A little bit further along in terms of his technique than the other two athletes before. Good throw by Amari. Certainly not going to trouble what we saw earlier from Josiah McDowell and from Ethan Mears, who produced the two best throws so far. In case you're wondering why there's a goalpost there, that's the Hasely Crawford training field. There is going to be a football match there in the so-called DNA League, which is taking place later on today. And the East-West Corridor League, that is, to give you the correct name. And that's taking place. So competition in the discus had to end by 3 o'clock, and it has, in fact, ended. There are a couple events taking place off the field, but certainly the discus event had to finish before that. Israel Taylor of Toko Tapak is next. Another young athlete still making his way in this particular discipline. Still a long way to go here for Israel Taylor. And he is the youngest athlete in this field. He's only 12 years of age, so he has only just started this event. And wish him all the best as he gets his career going. No Josiah Hepburn of Lions. This is Marcian David of Adrenaline, 15-year-old, hoping to clinch a place in the Crifter Games team this year in the javelin, in the discus. It's one of the longer throws. He fouled with his last throw. This one is staying in field. So solid effort there this time by Marcian Davis. Next up should be Caleb James of Striders. Very casual sort of look there for Caleb James. Get his throw on the way. It is legal. So he has another one in the books here for himself. Elijah Titus of Dookies should be up next. This discus event is one of the oldest events that you will see. It's actually dates back to ancient Greece and the original Olympic Games, an event that combines explosive power, balance, rhythm, and technical precision. Some have called it controlled violence inside a circle. Shot there of the RSS Phoenix and their supporters, and their man Amari Dick has already done its work. Final round of competition in the boys under 17 discus throw. That is Elijah Titus of Dookies. That one stays in. .297 on his chest, Elijah Titus of Dookies, another one of the youngsters competing. So that's the end of the boys under 17 discus throw. Back to live here now. Competition due to start in the high jump for boys under 20 in a short while. And also the boys under 20 long jump is going to be taking place in a few minutes. But before that, we will take a short break and we'll be back with more.
TKR here at Madgatalo. My son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Top 3 players. Let's go now. But top 3 players. But top 3 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you have a good night. Bye.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field.
Flowing fierce, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control. Ancient heart in modern skin, way of the fist, fight to win.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at Madbotalo, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top players. I will drop off. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how you enjoyed the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year, please God. Well, do. I want to go to Guyana, though. So I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field.
Flowing fast, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control. Ancient heart in modern skin, way of the fist, fight to win.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now, 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at Madbotalo, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is.
So
That's it.
Can you tell us your top three Tigger players?
Something players. Let's drop now. But something players. But something players. I will drop now. And I don't know nobody else has sung.
Okay, so far, how you enjoyed the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year, please God. Well do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field.
Flowing fast.
So, welcome back to the Hazy Crawford Stadium, and you are watching action in the Power in the Field Classic. And we are here for the first field event of the year. Video Rample here on the commentary, and well, Wright is beside me here. Nice to have you with us, and this is certainly a great event. And welcome to the airwaves here on Wave TV.
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me at this Wave TV.
All right, so just tell us a little bit about went into the creation of this event. Of course, you are the national record holder in the long jump, and certainly one of the great field athletes in Trinidad and Tobago. So it's a no-brainer that you would create a field event.
Yeah, the idea behind it is I realized that even during my time competing, the field events used to be overlooked, and I just wanted to give back something to feel at least to make them feel appreciated because back in the day we used to have the Abilene Games, we used to have the MAP Games, which is only running events, because it used to be hosted at the not the Atto Bowl, the Marabella Stadium and the Larry Gomes Stadium. And the field events used to be a little bit overlooked, and they never used to have much events for field athletes to participate in. So this is something that the field athletes could appreciate and they can call their own.
Yeah, certainly. And from the response that you've seen, some of the Peripta gold medalists here competing in this event, I think that it certainly has been well supported.
Yeah, it certainly has been. If you look over the years, you can see improvement in field athletes throughout the regional and international competitions. If you watch last year Caribbean Games and the year before, Trinidad and Tobago actually brought home the most medals in the field events. If you look at the Olympics and the World Championships, all medals come from the field events, Asian World Cup. So I think that field events just need a bit more highlight and a bit more mainstream, and persons could understand the importance of field events and what Trinidad and Tobago have to offer when it comes to field events.
You outlined there brilliantly in terms of what Trinidad and Tobago has produced. More the rising consciousness in terms of the field events here, and certainly we'd hope to see more events like this.
Yeah, of course, this is the first of many. We want to have this being a yearly event, so athletes can look forward to this every year, especially the field athletes. I don't know if it will expand and be something where all athletes can enjoy. Um, After this one, me and the team will have to sit back and really go over the drawing board and try to highlight the positives and the negatives, the pros and the cons, and see how best we can improve on this one.
And on the event itself, of course, you've named the foundation after your parents, and they had such a huge influence on your life and your career.
Yeah, so the foundation is after my mom and dad who both passed. My mom passed away in 2014 when I was just 16 going on 17 years old. So, and she was my motivation, my reason behind doing track and field. So I always told people that my dream was never to be an Olympian, was never to be a track and field athlete. That was her dream for me. So when she passed, I just decided to live on her legacy through me. I knew she would have been proud seeing me on the international stage. And so my father as well, he was also someone who motivated me. As persons may not know, he used to sing calypso, right?
Three-time Tobago monarch.
Yeah, 3 times to be good monarch. And just his drive and determination to want to be good in his craft is something that I take and I hold greatly close to me because that is something that I portrayed when I did my track and field. Just trying to perfect my craft and getting the best out of myself.
Certainly, accountancy could have been also a career for you.
Well, in the beginning, I actually wanted to become an accountant, just like my mom, because that's, when you grow up in a house and you see something that you like and you see somebody that you want to portray yourself to be, I actually wanted to be an accountant. So that was my goal. But her goal for me, she always saw better for me in terms of what I can do and what I can accomplish. She always believed in me and my goals and my dreams. And track and field just fell in love with me and I fell in love with it. And you can see that it has fell in love with me and I have received benefits from that love story that me and track and field has had. As you know, and people may not know or may know, I am the national long-term record holder for Trinidad and Tobago. I've held that record since 2018. So this year would be what 8 years that I have that record. So yeah, it has been rewarding for me.
Yeah, that record was created right here at the Hazel Crawford Stadium during national championships. And your coach, Wendell Williams, was there with you. He is here again today. And talk to us a little bit about the special relationship that you have with your coach.
Well, I always tell people me and my coach have more of a father-son relationship. Um, Many may not know that I lived with my coach for a, a good bit of years. Um, 10 more plus years. I lived with my coach. He has been a major influence in my career. Not just my coach, but his wife, Anya Williams. My mother figure in my life. She has played a major role behind the scenes in ensuring that I was developed, I was well fed, I was well loved, I was well taken care of. So I appreciate them both and everything they have done for me, especially my coach. Had some times where we would have to travel and go away, and I would have to take him away from his family. And he never said no. He always would want to travel with me and want to go and when I'm competing. So we have more of a father-son relationship now that I'm not actively competing. We could call each other, have conversations, and just talk stuff that we maybe wouldn't have spoken when we were coach athletes.
I'm sure it means a lot to have him here at the event here today.
Of course, see, from uh, my mom and Williams, she's here working hand in hand with to ensure that this event is run out successfully behind the scenes. Like the CEO be like the third is coaching but she behind the scenes just really the we are trying to accomplish it.
And before we let you go, what have you made of the competition so far? I'm not sure. I know you've been around doing everything else, chief cook and bottle washer, and all that. But what have you thought about the competition?
Well, the competition is good. We see a lot of youngsters getting the opportunity to go out there and compete. This being their first field events competition for the year. We actually saw a girl made the character standard I think it's the under 17 high jump. She made the character standard. So it's great that we can see athletes coming out and getting attaining standards out of this event. So that they know what place they are in for the caricatures coming up and for the character gains during Easter.
It's been a pleasure chatting with you, and we're now going to see you around all over the stadium, and we hope to chat with you again on Wave TV soon.
All right, thank you a lot, man.
Thank you very much. So here we are, and we'll write the national record holder here and enjoying the action as action has restarted, and we are just about looking at the boys under 20 long jump event, which is just about to take place. That is taking place away from us. There it is. So we'll take you across to that now. The boys under 20 long jump. So we've had the girls under 20 long jump earlier today, and we've had the boys on the 17 discus throw. The boys under 20 long jump is coming up, is taking place at the moment. And let's give you the field for it. Orion Alexander of Lambo, Jasiel David of Kaizen Panthers, Jaden Maxwell of that jump we saw just a couple of moments ago. Next, we're going to see Imani Matthew of Kaizen Panthers. He's, well, at least he's one of the jumpers waiting there. Here's the other Kaizen Panthers athlete, and pulls out. That would have been Caleb Campbell. It was pulled out of that jump. That was, in fact, Caleb Campbell of Kaizen Panthers. Setting back up to have a word with his coach before he gets there. There may have been a few additions with this long jump competition. Another jump that will be ruled as legal, but the jumper actually didn't get the best out of it. He just sort of pulled out of the jump, not a full extension by any means. Maximize the distance. Brandon Castaneda of Pace and Performance. It'll be Tyreek Vincent of Concord. Tyreek, the defending champion in the decathlon. Okay, fantastic. Here he is. Very close to the line. It is going to be a white flag, but he also put out and didn't quite get there. He slide a little bit. I think that's what he's saying. That as he stepped on the board, he felt his foot give way a little bit. Officials are now checking it out. It is a legal jump, by the way, from the Harry Vincent of Concord. So the officials are just checking out that board, that whiteboard as you're seeing there. That's what can't go on to the yellow portion. The long jump. Tyreek Vincent just saying that, hey, that was there's something not quite right. So the officials say it's okay. So Manny Matthew of Kaizen Panther is going to go next here. There he is. Most impressive looking athlete, but fortunately he just runs through. will end off for this round of competition in the boys under 20 long jump. We'll go back up to the top. It's going to be the second round of competition. We go to Ryan Alexander of Lambeau, green and black of Lambeau. Yes, Alexander for Lambeau. Good jump. And he'll be happy with that. Oh, Jaziel David of Tyson Panthers. This is going to be Jaden Maxwell of Concord Athletic in the purple of Concord. This event, the long jump, certainly is a classic test of speed, power, and precision. You asked Andrew Wright, who's just with us, he might tell you that it's about sprinting at full pace and then jumping with full control. It's all about that. The important step is converting that horizontal speed into vertical lift. As we watch the next athlete on Jaden Maxwell of Concord Athletic, one of the shorter run-ups in the competition. Red flag, certainly. Wasn't even from here you could have seen that was going to be the red flag for lots of the elite athletes in this long jump event use a run-up which is between 18 and 22 strides. That was more like 16 from the youngster Jaden Maxwell, who is going to be 18 this year. He is the youngest in the competition, along with Tyreek Vincent. So, fortunately, I don't have the name of this particular athlete. Apologies for that. Late addition. That's good. One of the longer jumps today, and that will certainly has the long jump birds excited here. So we now go to Caleb Campbell of Tyson Panthers, and from Tobago. Certainly they'll be keeping in mind, I'm sure, that speed gets you down the runway, but accuracy gets you into the sand. We'll be hoping for both accuracy and speed. Speed initially, though, as he gets ready for his jump. And he gets the all clear. Caleb Campbell. Yep, it wasn't going right for him. You could have seen that just about the middle of his run-up. That right leg started to shorten its stride. It was noticeable that there was a bit of a problem there for him, and he didn't go through with the jump. So another foul jump here for Caden Campbell. Brandon Castaneda is next, and he fouled his last jump. Can he improve on that here now? Jump there from Castaneda, hitting the board fairly flat. The elite level, the jumpers tend to strike the board flat and aggressively, not off the toes by any means, and certainly not give you the full amount of leverage to push yourself up into the air. In case you're wondering, how long is the ideal length to keep that for that takeoff foot to stay on the ground? Estimated at about 0.11 or 0.13 seconds to stay on the ground for this particular event. It goes in a flash, doesn't it? That last jump was by Caden Castaneda. We'll see Tyreek Vincent and Imani Matthew, are we? I'm not seeing them at all, in fact. They were in the stands a couple of moments ago. Have they, has their competition ended? No. Now we're seeing Tyreek Vincent make his way out. Bit of a lull there before Tyreek Vincent went out, so not sure why that was. He didn't have a very good time the last jump, and even before that, his sister was having a huge amount of problems. Now, here's Tyreek Vincent now. Here he comes in. Lovely run. Oh, that's a great jump, but the red flag goes up, so that's not going to count, and he kicks the turf in disgust there, Tyreek Vincent. Not happy. Now, the last time he jumped, it was a legal jump, but he did suggest that his foot slipped slightly as he hit the board. This time, no such complaints. Well, look at where he landed. He actually landed almost on the periphery of the left side of the sand. Well, he didn't go right for him. Manny Matthew, the Kaizen Panthers man, is up next. Manny Matthew would have won Caribta Gold back in 2023. Here he is. And again runs through Manny Matthews. So that's another foul from him. So it's still pretty early in the season, but he's just going through the machinery right now, checking for bugs, and there are a few bugs in the system for Manny Matthew. Back in April 2023, 3 years ago, that much younger looking Imani Matthew he really has changed in terms of his appearance. A lot more muscular now, I tell you. He's very big around the shoulders, and the legs look huge, like logs actually. And he won the gold medal back in 2023 at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium in Bahamas with a jump of 7.13 meters. That's a legal jump, but that's not the best jump for Orion Alexander. So into the third round now. Orion Alexander leading off there for Lambeau. As you look at the long jump, certainly after that foot strike that leads into the jump, athletes tend to lower the center of gravity slightly in the final strides. Lead-off leg acts like a bit of a spring, converting the speed into lift. Strong knee drive and arm swing are crucial at that point. Well, we see that here from Jaden Maxwell, the Concord athletic man, with that short run-up of his. He almost turned 180 degrees in the air. It is going to be legal. Not sure if he's going to be happy with it, though. After falling with the last jump, it suggested maybe that stride, that final stride, hitting the board at the takeoff board was where things went wrong for him. As the athletes go through the rounds here. Long jump is all about jumping through the board, not jumping up, but rather through the board. We're seeing all the different techniques, the flight techniques today. The sail for some, the simplest of techniques. The hang with the body stretched in midair to control rotation. We've also seen the hitch kick by a couple. He's mimicking running through the air. There's the athlete who was a late addition to the field. Legal jump. It's very hard to the board. So a little bit of control, that more flight control might be, this coach might be thinking about helping him with. Caleb Campbell of Tyson Panthers fouled with his last attempt. He will want to make amends here with this one. Caden Campbell just outside of your picture, working on his landing actually. Just mimicking how he would land. In the landing, he would certainly want to extend his legs forward and pull the hips through. That's to prevent other parts of your body from landing behind your heels. There's Campbell. There he goes. Legal jump. Oh, nice. From him, just kicking in the air. See what the mark is. Long jump was involved in, was featured in one of the most famous sports photos ever. The photo of Bob Beamon winning the Olympic gold medal at Mexico all those years ago. I don't think Bob Beamon ever went to Movietown, but there is Movietown on the southern end of the stadium here. You are watching action here in Invaders Bay in Port of Spain. This is where, if you don't know, it's where the British landed and took over Trinidad and Tobago from the Spanish rulers at the time in 1797. Happened just around this area here. These athletes are trying to conquer demons of their own. Brandon Castaneda is back up at the top, and he is also practicing his landings. Clean landing certainly can add 20 to 30 centimeters to your jump. Oh, that was pretty good there from Castaneda. One of the better ones we've seen today. But the problem for him was part of his body actually landed behind his heels, and that has shortened his jump. Tyreek Vincent. Looking for what would be his third jump here. What can he produce? All eyes would be on Imani Matthew, the former Carifta gold medalist. So 2 Carifta gold medalists involved in this one down at the end. It's the battle many were expecting, wanted to see in this one. Vincent versus Matthew. Tariq Vincent starts the slow hand clapping. Here he comes. A characteristic jump of his as he goes his way. Well, that's a magnificent jump by Tariq Vincent. Boy, was he happy with that. That's the best one so far. It is the longest we've seen. He's still not happy though, because he's landed to the left side of the pit, not down the middle by any means. So he just lost control of the rotation of his body in his flight. So that's what he's not happy about. Distance though is pretty good. Will it be enough though to overtake Imani Matthew? Tyson Panthers man about to close off the round with his jump, wearing number 1182. It's going to be 19 years this year. Will he be the long-term successor to Andwell Wright? Can he be the one to break the record that Andwell set here 8 years ago at the Hasely Crawford Stadium? It's not going to happen this year. He's going to have to put in a lot of work. And Matthew is just about to finish off round 3. Orion Alexander of Lambo already getting ready to start round 4. He is summoning up all his strength. Does a good jump. Bit lower, not quite as long as the one we saw from Tariq Vincent. It is a legal jump though, so that's going to end off round 3. And Imani Matthew gets one in the books finally after 2 falls. He is limping away from the pit though. Wondering what's happened here. Is that the last we're going to see of Imani Matthew? Well, he's holding his right hamstring. And that does not look good for him as he's stepping off the field. And he's suggesting that as he landed, that's where the injury came. So the 2 Kaizen Panthers men, Imani Matthew and Caleb Campbell, speaking to their coach down at the bottom of the track. You can just see them there having a chat. The coach actually is recording all of their jumps, so they have the chance to look back at it and get a quick assessment of where they went wrong and where they can correct it. So final round just about to begin. Orion Alexander of Lambo at the top of his run-up, just by his mark. It's just to his right. Good jump. Not been a challenge that by Manny Matthew and Tariq Vincent, but solid jump there by Orion Alexander. And his day has ended here in the long jump. He will hope to at least to get his best jump in here today. Getting a personal best is the best you can ask of an athlete until the next time they step on the track. Jaden Maxwell of Concord Athletics. 2 solid jumps and 1 foul in between. What can he produce with his last jump today? Well, you can tell where he believes that his flaws are, what's costing him distance. It's really in flight issues that he is working on as a top of the run-up. Here's Jaden Maxwell. Foul. It is. And ends off his day with a foul jump. 2 foul jumps there in the 4 he's had so far. Caleb Campbell of Tyson Panthers is coming up in just a bit. Well, he was actually due to jump next, Caleb Campbell, but I don't think he is going to be jumping. In fact, his shoes are off and he's sitting under the tent. So that's not going to be, Caleb Campbell is not going to be jumping this time. Brandon Castaneda is waiting there also. Unfortunately, here's a young athlete that we haven't gotten the name of, but he's going to be jumping next. Boy, did he really attack that board, but didn't get the full extension, and that one goes as a white flag. Going to watch Brandon Castaneda facing performance next. There's also the javelin going on at this time. That's the boys under 17 javelin taking place at the same time here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. Just a reminder that the reigning world champion in the javelin is from Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, his video of him up on the board right now. There's the high jump also taking place. Athlete from the Cougars there. That should be Kezia Joy Husbands. Well, it is Kezia Joy Husbands. We saw in the long jump earlier. Tariq Vincent up next in the boys under 20 long jump. Tariq Vincent is asking for some support and gets it from the crowd as they stop the slow hand clapping. Vincent from Concord, right here in Port of Spain. Here he is. Strides down, gathering momentum. Good jump. Again, long down the left-hand side. Put everything in that jump. Right hand just touching the sand behind his heels. So he's lost perhaps. Oh, he has fouled the jump. Well, he doesn't. What he did was he stepped into the sand pit and has fouled the jump. So that one's not going to count. So we have coming up next, Imani Matthew. Is Imani going to jump though? Don't think he's going to be jumping. They are looking to see if Imani Matthew is going to jump. But I'm not seeing him coming out of the tunnel at the moment. But Imani Matthew is now coming out of under the tent. But he's talking away with someone, so I don't think he's going to be jumping in the meantime. Again, another jump in the girls under 20 high jump. Kezia Joy Husbands of Cougars. And also the javelin is taking place at this time. one of the young Togo athletes. There are 6 of them involved in the javelin. Well, you would expect the javelin has attracted huge attention in Togo. The reigning world champion and 2012 Olympic champion is from Togo, Kishon Walcott. The video is on the big screen here at the Hasty Crawford Stadium at this time. The video, which is running just outside of your picture, just above where the athletes are as we watch the next throw. That's not bad. Just about 35 meters or so, I'd estimate. It's not going to count though because it was. There's the young athlete out of Togo. This is Rocky Wilson. Next to throw, he's just starting in the competition. He competed in the long jump earlier. He was in the high jump. Now here he is competing in the javelin. Still very, and looks like he's happy with it. And again into the Kezia Joy Husbands. Well, she's the only one actually, I think, competing in the event. She may have outlasted the competition. There were only 2 athletes under the tent here in the long jump. And one of them is Kiori Robley of Kaizen Panthers, but she is putting on the sweats right now, so that looks like it's going to be over for her. Javelin is continuing on the northeastern side of the ground. Elijah Titus of Duki was the latest throw. This throw is not bad. About 35 meters again. Actually, this one's, yeah, just about 33, 34 or so. Amari Dick of RSS Phoenix. That's the throw. The old Titus Edwards of Toku Tapak today. Here is Javon Williams of Sangre Grande. Javon Williams of Sangre Grande with his throw. It's legal. Done. Now here's Israel Taylor of Toku Tapak. Full name, Toku Track and Field Club. That's a good jump. That's jump there by Kiori Robley. Kaizen Panthers still involved. Actually, correction, that is Tanique Vincent of Concord involved in the competition. Robley is the one who's walking away from the competition at the moment. Her day's done in terms of the high jump. Tanique Vincent is still competing as well. Still seeing under the 10th there in the long jump. Kezia Joy Husbands. Here is the next throw in the boys under 17 javelin. Might have been, I believe that's Josiah Hepburn at Lions. Here we are back with the girls under 20 high jump. Heading up towards the end of the competition. Still some events here to go. As you heard from Andrel Wright, this is a way of giving back and emphasizing, publicizing the field athletes. Field athletes have been coming on in the last World and Olympic Games, where the medals are coming to Trinidad and Tobago. Also in the Carifta Games, as he pointed out, Trinidad and Tobago's athletes won the most in the field events. Oh, that is great. What a throw that is. Nice technique from the youngster. And, who knows where he can go with his potential. Vincent, Tanique Vincent, correction, just pulling out of the jump. Yeah, still has a chance to get back. He has a certain amount of time. Tanique Vincent about to get her jump going. Oh, just clipping the ball. What an effort this is from Tanique Vincent, who has just finished competing in, well, she finished competing in the long jump a short while ago. Also competed in the shot put. The correction in the shot put, she also competed in another event today. And they're all part of the 7 events that she competes in at the heptathlon. Kellen Potts of RSS Phoenix next in the javelin throw. Oh, that is a very good throw. That is over 50 meters. Best throw of the day so far in the javelin. And just from the way the photographer was racing to get a photo of him, you know he thinks this boy is something special. While the javelin competition is going on, Tanique Vincent has just gotten her jump successfully. So it looks like they're going to be lifting the bar once again in the girls under 20 high jump. Ronaldo Bob of Togo with the next to throw there. Very close to that right sideline. The official was actually dodging already, so seeing the javelin coming towards him. It's a dangerous sport at times. Instances where saw at the World Championships last year, he is trending once again towards that 90-meter mark. Ex-coach Ishmael Lopez Mastrapa is here. Next throw was by Rocky Wilson of Choco Tapa. Next up is Elijah Titus of Dupies. He has the javelin in his hand. This run starts actually on the lane 1 of the track, just about the 150-meter mark. There he is. Initial mark is right where the official is pointing to. There you go. We should have Amari Dick next for RSS Phoenix. He has been the outstanding thrower so far. He can elect not to throw because his throw has been significantly ahead of everything else. Here in the Caribbean Games, best of throws there from Amari Dick. There in the Caribbean Games right here at the Hazel Crawford Stadium. The winning throw among the boys was Akil Williams of Bahamas, 57.51. Akil Williams of the Bahamas, 57.51. Jaheim Clark of the Bahamas, 55.74. And Delroy John of St. Kitts and Nevis threw 54.36. Now, the throw we saw earlier, let's put it into context. The throw we saw earlier was in the region of 55. So it could have been contender for medals at the Perth Games last year. So that is very interesting indeed, what we saw from the youngsters. So the draw, just identifying who it is. Ascendant, set and left. He's just full. 16 years. He was the one that threw that 50 mark. For the first time, excuse me. So Hannah Niemeyer is not going to be throwing again. And that will, I believe, end off the javelin competition there. That was Josiah Hepburn of Lions Athletics. That was, in fact, the last throw in the javelin event. The boys under 17 javelin has ended. The high jump is being covered up. And with the reins down at the moment here, and as you can see, the reins very heavy. That's the Jean-Pierre complex, which is under repair at this time. Yeah, so that's there's a good view of the hills in Laventille. Yeah, well, the javelin competition is going to continue here in the rain, and as you can tell, it's quite heavy at the moment. Might even be a bit of a danger running down the track. It's a good throw, but not anywhere close to the best one. So is that going to round off the competition here? It should. Yes, very, very heavy rain. And the officials are calling each other in. So that's going to end off the javelin competition. I think there may be a throw remaining, but that will resume after this rain break. It's quite heavy at the moment, and we might have a break for about 10 minutes or so. So in the meantime, we'll take you to some more action here around. This is the 2026 Wright Foundation Power in the Field Classic at the Hasely Crawford Stadium.
Flowing fierce, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control, ancient heart in modern skin, way of the fist, fight to
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hasely Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now 6 years later, I've mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR, here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here. And gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time. And TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Top 3 players? Let's go now. But top 3 players. But top 3 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you have a good night. Bye.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field.
Flowing fierce, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control. Ancient heart in modern skin, way of the fist, fight to win.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR, here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here. And gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time. And TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Let's go now. But top players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Guyana, though. So I will be there. Okay. Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field.
Flowing fierce, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control. Ancient heart in modern skin, way of the fist, fight to win.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now 6 years later, I've mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR, here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here. And gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time. And TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Top 3 players? Let's go now. But top 3 players. But top 3 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, well, have a good night. Bye.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field.
Flowing fierce, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control. Ancient heart in modern skin, way of the fierce, fight to win.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth.
I'm telling I party until it rain, I dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and only mass bands. Them say I'm a Danabad. I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Yeah, cause they know how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk.
So I'm going to focus today on that part of the technical model that focuses on your first-time people and how it affects everything else in the recipe. As Coach mentioned, we're going to go through specific warm-up for the jumps. Some of it is a little familiar because it has to do with a lot of their sprint drill. So coaches will see that those look a little bit similar with some slight changes that would, of course, be specific to the jumps. If you have any aches and pains, you'll need to let us know. Make sure that you have your water. We are also going to go over some of the technical rules for the jump that you should know, because there are some amendments to those rules that you should know. So we're going to add those today to be aware of and coaches to be aware of.
They like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walks. And we make a company. And we make a company. And we make a company.
Today we worked on the penultimate and takeoff, and also we did rules in the long jump and triple jump.
I will also be looking at those parts of the technical model for the high jump which affects the outcome of the jump itself. We will also be looking at the technical rules, the new rules being implemented by World Athletics for both the horizontal and the vertical jumps today.
We would also be doing, in the triple jump, we were working on the hop step and then step takeoff and merging both of them together in order for the athlete to understand the different phases and controlled while doing this event.
I would like to say that this is part 2 of a series of the jumps clinics we had earlier this season. We will be focusing on the advanced movements for these jumps with hopes of targeting those athletes, those junior athletes who hopefully would be making the Curfew Games and the other meets for juniors this season. For young athletes, have fun when you get out there. I know we want them to always win, but I think for us we have to remember that maybe a personal best or refining a skill that we have been having difficulty in practicing, having that come together is also a win. We like to celebrate small wins, and I like athletes to understand that every little correction or win is what counts.
For me, I believe in dedication. I believe in believing in yourself, having that faith in your coach, and really and truly to just concentrate, as Michelle rightfully said, have fun in what you do. By having fun, things would become easier, but for an athlete who really and truly wants to achieve, you have to put in the work. Whatever you put in is what you're going to get out. So if you put in mediocre, that is what you're going to reap. So really and truly, once you are dedicated, you would reap the benefits. So that's the advice I would give a up-and-coming athlete.
And we make a company. And we make a company. We just dictate all the place for now. We just represent for we soca. We just sell out all the strong liquor. We just represent for we soca. Them say we mad and we bad. I'm telling you, where we from? We're from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini,
I do track and field, I do long jump. That is my specific event, and today we just came out here to do a technical camp for both horizontal and vertical jump.
Yeah, I also do track and field. My main event is high jump, and as he said, we came here to the vertical and horizontal jumps.
Yeah, today is a very fun day, you know. Long time in coming in the stadium, so just a nice experience for today. Well, I started at about 7 years old, so
I just started February.
Every national team for the year, both of us made it, and we are representing the same club. I won the Carifta. I placed first in the Carifta games, and I broke the knockout under 18 record in July.
Yeah, I came second in high jump for Carifta, and Naka came third for the 4x4.
You know, they stay dedicated. Discipline is like the biggest part of track and field. So you have to stay disciplined and stay grounded. Don't feel because you're winning now, you will always win. And just don't be boastful. Let's be yourself and be humble.
And they like to get you in talk. And they love you woman walk. And we make a company.
The opportunity to experience the Jumps Clinic hosted by the N3As, which is conducted by the two facilitators, Coach Wendell Williams and Coach Michelle Penny. So far, what we have been able to observe were the drills and the tips and the strategies employed by the coaches with the athletes, as well as the coaches were able to learn some of the important things to remember when coaching our athletes through the drills and through the different phases of the jumps. Was quite informative. I think that this is a very important program, not only for the athletes but the coaches as well, because there may have been some things that we could overlook, and so the initiative is quite a good one because it augurs well for the development of the sport throughout Trinidad and Tobago, so that we could have not only better performances but better representation on a national level. So.
Where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I Trini, Popo Trini. Because they know how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk.
development. We explore the conversations shaping our future, authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show, Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at Madbotalo. My son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Let's go now. But top 2 players. But top 2 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else. Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game? I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you have a good night.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field. 10:24.
Gomez.
Ten zero nine. 10:09. Eight 8:25. 8:25. Ten 93.
Chinyelo. Wow, that's well beyond everything we've seen so far. And that's why they came to see him. That is over 14 meters. But Chinyelo does that without breaking a sweat here. Little smile for our cameraman. Yep, he enjoyed that. So that was one round of the boys under 20 shot put. So Chinyelo wins it with an absolutely supreme throw and gets the congratulations from all of the athletes there. I think they recognize that he is the best in the field. And the favorite has won the gold medal here today in the boys under 20 shot put. Back here live at the Hasely Crawford Stadium, and the javelin is taking place at this time. So they're still warming up for the javelin. The men's discus now will go to that. So men's discus. This should be Keenan Alexander in the familiar UTT outfit. Over 30 meters easily. Closer to 34 for Keenan Alexander.
Let me see.
So there is Keenan Alexander, and one of these athletes who competes with his glasses on. He's asked, how do you think it was? He shakes his head in disappointment. And it is going to be Kanye Nicky of Davide. Kanye is 19. He'll be 20 years old this year. Just tell you how old Kanye West is, that you have a 20-year-old athlete named after him here. Is he old enough to be called a veteran rapper now? Umar Sandy of UTT on the deck, and the UTT athletics team has been making huge strides in local sport. Yes, that's out of bounds.
Red flag.
Yeah, missed it. Just released it too early. Yeah, Keenan Alexander. Well, his teammate will be hoping he can do a bit better here, Umar Sandy. Umar Sandy representing UTT. Well, that's some of the best technique we've seen in this event. That one sends the officials scurrying away down. Top 8 he finished in the NACAC Championships in
National
August
champion would be
2025.
Quincy Wilson.
55.74. And he was called up for the first time to represent Trinidad and Tobago last year. So definitely an athlete who is on the move. And very proud of him at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Getting some words of advice from Coach Mastrapa. Gotta love that hat from Mastrapa. That's the sort of hat you need for this hot weather in Trinidad and Tobago, and the shades go with it well. Back live here, it's the javelin taking place. So the javelin has competition in the javelin has just begun. This is the boys under 20 javelin as we're approaching the final events of the day. Also going on at this time is the men's long jump. Men's long jump also going on at the same time. Tyreek Vincent for Concord. He's changed his top, which he used earlier in the long jump competition. So that's Tyreek Vincent for boys under 20 long jump, one that goes closer to the 40-meter mark. Yeah, maybe in the region of 38 meters or so. That should be Jordan Alfred of Lions. Actually, that was Shivam Jalim of Presentation College. Now we're going to see Ezekiel Williams of Lions, number 278. He is next up. Shivam Jalim is the last to throw. That's a good throw. And that's well over 50 meters, 55 meters or so. That's a good shot there from Ezekiel Williams of Lions. Listed to throw next for in the boys under 20 javelin should be Liam Moretti Knight of Belmont Secondary. Men's long jump taking place. That should be in its third round by now. Christopher Latouche, the last to jump. As we're getting the measurement for that last throw. That is the longest throw of the day from Ezekiel Williams of Lions Athletics. That's why it's taking this long. It takes a while there just to make sure the mark is correct. So the throw has been announced, and it is certainly the longest one of the day. Boys under 20 javelin throw. They also have, I believe they've mixed this event with the men's javelin throw. Men's javelin throw also includes Christian Roll, Foluke Valerie, Jante Lewis, and Cameron Seaton of UTT. Liam Moretti Knights is waiting to throw next, but it's been a bit of a delay because that the measurement of that throw by Ezekiel Williams was what the problem was. So I think they're just about ready to, in fact, they're just confirming that throw just to make sure they get things right. Don't want to assign the wrong distance, of course. That's the long jump taking place right in front of us. And that was Trevon Scott of Memphis Pioneers. Two Memphis athletes involved in this one, Trevon Scott and Christopher Latouche. Latouche is wearing the cap today. Gulf of Paria. That's the Movie Town end of the ground. And there is the APT James, named after the man they call the Fargo in Tobago. Very popular figure, perhaps the most popular Tobagonian before the emergence of Arthur N.R. Robinson in Tobago. Another good jump. That's Torrin George of Defense Force. With the javelin. And next up in the javelin is going to be the UTT man, Cameron Seaton. Lost the throw, Lions Athletics, Chante Lewis. It's Cameron Seaton, and that's close to 40 meters. Sheldon Mason there of the Masters athlete is the next jump in the men's long jump competition. So we're still looking here at the boys under 20 javelin and the men's javelin throw. We're into the men's javelin throw section. I think the last we would have seen was Cameron Seaton. So we're just about to go back to the top at the start of the rotation for the boys under 20 javelin. Philman Bialva was at the top of there. Not a bad throw at all, close to 50 meters. Back to the long jump. Latouche. Good jump there by Latouche. Is it going to stand? Well, the official has a long think about it. It's good. So the men's long jump, Trevon Scott of Memphis Pioneers, Torrell George of Defense Force, Sheldon Mason of the Masters, Christopher Latouche, Memphis Pioneers, Anderson Subero, who we saw competing in the javelin just a few minutes, just about half an hour ago. He was in the javelin. Toko Tafak man, he is competing here. And then Jean Matthews of UTT. Here's Subero on his way. Very, very close to the board there. That looks like it's going to be a good one. It is. Another one of these multi-event athletes, Subero. Well, the pole vault event has ended, and the last man standing, just to tell you, was in fact the QRC athlete Andrews. So he is unofficially, though, the winner of the competition, and Joshua Andrews certainly battled from the death there to win that event. So congratulations to him, outstanding athlete today. Subero, who was battling with him just about half an hour ago, is now in the long jump. Trevon Scott. It's a legal jump for Trevon Scott. Torrell George of the Defense Force, and the athletes have been using their shoes as their markers. Earlier we saw the athletes using a yellow tape as their markers. Presumably they would have written their names on it or so. Now the older athletes are going low tech here. Well, tell you what, Trevon George has taken up his shoe and removed it from the track. So that should tell you this is the very last round of competition in the men's long jump. That's a good jump there from the Defense Force man, Torrell George. Doesn't look like he's too happy with it, though. So it looks like we just have 2 more jumps in this competition. Still seeing only 2 shoes out there, so that should tell you. Having a bit of a talk there, Torrell George, with his coach at the bottom of your picture as they get the pit ready for the next jumper, who is the Masters athlete, Sheldon Mason. And here's Tyreek Vincent, his next throw in the javelin. Here's Vincent with those orange shoes of his. Released that one a little bit late, but gets it up towards that 35 to 38 meter mark. Shivam Jalim of Presentation College. I believe this might be Presentation College South, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, correction, is Presentation College Chaguanas, school that has been known for creating or bringing through some wonderful cricketers over the years. Oh my. Yeah, that one didn't go well at all. Looked like something NASA would have dreamed up in his bad days. Shivam Jalim of Presentation College Chaguanas, and at a school that would have created the likes of Adrian Barath and company, Suraj Raghunath, and also Dinanath Ramnarayan. All of those would have attended Presentation College Chaguanas. Next up, it's Ezekiel Williams. Now, this is one to look out for. Ezekiel Williams threw it over 50 meters the last time. So let's take a close look at this one. Let's see what he can do with this throw. I believe this is Ezekiel Williams, who is turning 19 this year. Another good throw from Williams. Wow. Close to where he got to the last time. And that is well over 57. 57 meters for Ezekiel Williams. Wow, a good throw from him. Liam Moretti-Knight is the next throw for Belmont Secondary. He will round off the boys on the 20 javelin throw. The men's javelin throw is running concurrently. Here is Liam Moretti-Knight. And that's just under 30, maybe about 25 meters or so. So the javelin is continuing. I think we're almost up to the end of the men's long jump competition. Men's long jump competition looks to be at an end. So that has been completed. The javelin event still is going on. Boys under 20 and the men's javelin throw at the same time. I think we're just about to see Seaton Cameron of UTT. And there he is. Just over, from a very, very short run-up, over 40 meters for him. So we are back up to the top of, this should be the final round of the boys under 20 javelin throw. Philman Vialva of MAP, Maximizing Athletics Potential. That's a good throw. And that's very, very close to the mark we saw by Ezekiel Williams. Maybe just a little short, but that is in the region of 55 meters. Tyreek Vincent is supposed to be next.
Yeah.
Yeah, that measurement took some time to ensure that they got the right mark because that was challenging for the lead. Just over 30 meters here. Correction, that is Philman Villalba of Maximizing Athletics Potential. And now it's Tyreek Vincent of Concord. To his next throw, he was just around 35 meters the last time round. Let's see if he can better that. And his competition is, of course, the decathlon. The javelin is one of the 10 events that he competes in. Don't have to be a master of any one of them, but you have to be competitive. Last year in the Carifta Games, his last event was the 400-meter event, and he actually had an injury, I think it was, and he finished way down the order, but he did just enough to get the title and complete. You just have to get the points. Tyreek Vincent getting ready for his throw. Well, he was coming through, and then he realized the official was standing on the course, so he pulled out. Now he has to refocus here, Tyreek Vincent. Here he is now, the man from Concord. That's a better throw, closer to 40 meters that time. And it's a white flag. So Tyreek Vincent, his throw in the books. Shivam Jalim of Presentation College won us next. And his last throw was turned out disastrously. He'll hope to correct that. Yeah, he just held on to it maybe too long. And just the way the javelin came out of his hands and just up in the air and swiftly down suggested that maybe just holding it a bit too tightly. Always you want to get the feel that in most sports they'll tell you hold it as though you're holding a bird in your hands. Let's see what he's holding in his hands this time. Jalim. Better throw from him. Better throw. That's much better from what he did in the last one. Double the distance too. Of course, he will be aware that he will have to correct a lot of things if he is to get more out of his throw. Faster approach, longer approach. Stronger wrist action also, among the list of other things. Ezekiel Williams. And let's take a close look at Ezekiel Williams here. He has thrown over 55 meters with his last two throws. Let's see what he can produce this time. Williams now. It's nowhere close to what Keyshawn Walcott controls. Walcott is late 80s into the 90s, but still interesting to look at here. Let's see what he can do. Williams, good technique again. A little bit short. Maybe about a meter short of his last attempt. But he has been very consistent here. Ezekiel Williams, the Lions Athletics man. So they're just getting the measurement of Ezekiel Williams' throw. And very consistent he has been today. He and Tyreek Vincent. Well, Tyreek Vincent has been consistently a bit shorter than he was. But Williams has been the star man today in this boys under 20 javelin throw. Still a couple of throws to go here. Liam Moretti-Knight is one of them. And I believe that Cameron Seaton is also still to throw. Here's Liam Moretti-Knight. Much shorter run-up. Still early in his career. That one, yeah, just up and over. Yeah, you can tell that his technique still is being refined. Liam Moretti Knight. Well, the javelin is one of the older events in the Olympics, and certainly the most primal and the most technically sophisticated event in track and field. A delicate balance has to be found between raw explosive power and the aerodynamic finesse required to keep a spear airborne. Well, in terms of the physics of the flight, as we watch the UTT man Cameron Seaton getting ready to throw, unlike the other throwing events, the shot put and the hammer, they rely entirely on the initial velocity and launch angle. The javelin is about airfoil. That's the flight dictated by the center of gravity, critical angle, and vibration dampening. This is a good throw. Respectable effort there from Cameron Seaton, UTT man. Well, the center of gravity for javelin, as per the IAAF regulations, the CG, the center of gravity, is positioned slightly in front of the center of pressure, and this ensures that the nose eventually tips down, allowing the javelin to land point first rather than flat. Always difficult to spot for the officials. Point first makes it so much easier. And if that there's a critical angle involved in the javelin throw, if the nose is too high, the javelin stalls like a plane, and if it's too low, it dives. And we've seen a couple of those where the nose was much too low at release. Well, that's another good throw. It's a little short of 50, but respectable effort there. That's, I believe that's for... Fortunately, unable to make out the number of the throw. Correction. Here's Pillman Bialva of maximizing athletic potential. He'll be 18 this year, Pillman Bialva. Interesting thing about this javelin throw, it's not about arm strength alone. It's just about a full body kinetic whip. You can achieve that. Bialva, well, that's a foul. Yeah, he did step over the line. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Yeah, the most violent part of the throw is the block. That's where the leading leg hits the ground like a literal steel post. And that sudden stop of the lower body forces the upper body to whip forward at incredible speeds. But that time, that front foot just kept going. That's why he was red flagged. Well, at the Hasely Crawford Stadium here, because of the orientation of the event, as we watch Tariq Vincent in, can he get over 40? Well, he gets pretty close there. That's the best throw of the ones we've seen so far. Hasely Crawford Stadium, you don't get a tailwind as such, maybe more of a crosswind. Definitely not a headwind if you're throwing here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium, but you have to master that crosswind, because if you get it started maybe too central, it can easily go out of bounds on the right-hand side. We haven't seen any land outside of the sector just yet. Shivam Jalim of Presentation College up next. Well, there was a point in the 1980s where the javelins were flying too far. Huey Hall hit 104.8 meters in 1984. It was even landing in the stands at one point in some events. So the IAAF redesigned the center of gravity 4 centimeters forward, 1986, and it made the javelins nosedive earlier and reduce distances by about 10%, make the sport safer for everyone. That's a better throw from Jalim, competing here in the javelin throw. So this definitely is going to be the last throw for Ezekiel Williams. He's thrown consistently over 50 meters today. Can he give it a little more oomph here today? Well, we're going to see the triple jump in a few minutes. I think we're about 15 minutes away from the start of the triple jump. But the clear favorite today has been Ezekiel Williams of Lions Athletic, and he is about to throw. Williams' longest throw was around 55 meters. Here he is now. Let's see what he can do. Williams. Ooh, that's going to be the biggest throw of the day. That is it. That was closer to 57 meters, and Williams has exceeded his effort here. His fourth throw is his best throw. So they're just measuring the distance, but this is the longest throw of the day, anyone so far, and certainly for Ezekiel Williams, who is averaged in the region of 53 meters. This is closer to 55 or so. So Liam Moretti-Knight of Belmont Secondary is next up. And as you mentioned earlier, very short run-up for him. Just about 5 steps or so. And maybe about 25 meters. So triple jump coming up. We do have the triple jump event and javelin grinding to a close here. All of the other throwing events have been completed. Here's Cameron Seaton of UTT. Short run-up, 3 or 4 steps, and launches it. That's impressive. Just a couple steps, and he throws it over 40 meters. Late addition to the field here in the men's javelin. In a sport in which you're seeing athletes throwing consistently over 90 meters. It's a lot of work for Trinidad and Tobago's athletes to catch up there. Of course, at the top of the tree is Keyshawn Walcott, world champion and Olympic champion, certainly one of the greats of Trinidad and Tobago sport. That's not bad at all. Wow. That one has gone beyond the throw of Ezekiel Williams. That is at least 30 centimeters more. That is the best throw of the day. And tell you what, he didn't use much of a run up there. that aerodynamic whip I talked about earlier, certainly used very well. And you can see there are some areas in which he can improve, but if he can lengthen that run up and use it to better effect, who knows how much further he can in fact throw. So that's going to be it for the men's and boys javelin throw. Competition has ended here, and certainly at the very end, it was the men's javelin thrower who produced the longest throw among the men, at least. As for the boys under 20, the longest throw belongs to Ezekiel Williams. So we will take a short break. We'll be back with the triple jump when it starts. It looks like in about 10 minutes' time.
The 2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV, starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Something in last. Let's go now. But something there. But something there. I will drop now. Run. I don't know nobody else has sung.
I'm telling ya, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, na na na. I party until it rain, na na na. I dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and only mass bands. Them say I'm a than a man. I'm telling you where I'm from. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Cause they know about Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk.
So I'm going to focus today on that part of the technical model that focuses on your good time people and how it affects everything else in the rest of the job. As Coach mentioned, we're going to go through specific warm-up for the jumps. Some of it is going to look familiar because it has to do with a lot of your sprints, your sprint drills. So coaches will see that those look a little bit familiar with some slight changes that would, of course, be specific to the jumps. If you have any aches and pains, you will need to let us know. Make sure that you have your water. We are also going to go over some of the technical rules for the jump that you should know, because there are some amendments to those rules that you should know. So we're going to add those today to be aware of and to be aware of.
They like to hear Trini talk. And the love Trini woman walks. And we make us company. And we make us company. And we make us company.
Today we worked on the penultimate and takeoff, and also we did rules in the long jump and triple jump.
I will also be looking at those parts of the technical model for the high jump which affects the outcome of the jump itself. We will also be looking at the technical rules, the new rules being implemented by World Athletics for both the horizontal and the vertical jumps today.
But, yeah. So here's the start of the boys under 20 triple jump. Last event of the day. This is Jaden Maxwell of Concord Athletics. Good start off. And the gentleman with the rake on the right side of the picture almost got a little bit of a bathing there with the sand flying around him. Here's the field for the boys under 20 triple jump. Outside of Jaden Maxwell, Lemuel Ogbifun, the Kaizen Panthers man, Brandon Castaneda of Pace and Performance, Jaziel David of Kaizen Panthers, and Cristiano Perez of QRC is also in this field. Men's triple jump is also supposed to be taking place at the same time. Christopher Latouche of Memphis Pioneers, Torrell George of Defense Force, and Jean Matthews of UTT. Those are the three men listed to compete. Next up is Brandon Castaneda. The Kaizen Panthers man has dropped out of the field. He was involved in a couple of events earlier. So it is going to be Brandon Castaneda, who we saw earlier. Just short of the pit. So still in the early stages of his career. That one landing, I think, is the jump phase, landing just short of the pit for him. So we now go to the QRC man, Brandon. That's going to be Cristiano Perez. So that should tell you that Jaziel David of Kaizen Panthers is not competing in this event. So the two Kaizen Panthers men are out. So Cristiano Perez is up next. We saw him earlier, another one of these multi-events. Historically, this event was known as the Hop, Step, and Jump. Another one of these highly technical, demanding events in track and field. What it does require is a rare combination of sprinting speed, explosive power, and the skeletal integrity to withstand the immense physical forces. Here's Cristiano Perez. It's a good jump, but I'm not sure if it's gonna stand. It does look very, very close. So he made maximum use of the landing board. So he's fine. Certainly in the approach, in the setup, it's all about maximizing the controllable horizontal velocity. It's not just about raw speed in this event. It's about rhythm. And often if you're looking at the event, you want to look for that tall posture and a transition into a faster cadence in the final 6 strides. So staying tall at the start and then really starting to build that rhythm towards the end of the run-up. Another interesting thing is to check for the foul margin. That's the 1 centimeter overstep will result in a red flag. So approach precision is vital in this event. There's a nice young lady with a red flag and a white flag. When you see that red flag, you're in trouble. So next we're going to see Christopher Latouche, also competed in the men's long jump earlier. See what he can accomplish here. It's easier to spot Christopher Latouche wearing the backward turned hat.
before. This week during the week, Singapore will start
Here's Latouche. His first jump in the triple jump. Ooh, just lost it on the last step there. That's in that final stage of the jump. That's the final explosive leap into the sandpit. The real struggle for athletes at this point is that horizontal velocity has decayed, and the athlete is fighting fatigue and gravity. And certainly it was a huge battle for Latouche there, gravity on one side and fatigue on the other, and he was losing in the middle. So the man from the Defense Force, Torrell George, is up next, competing here in the men's triple jump. Let's take a look at what he does. After that, Jean Matthews of UTT is the next man to compete. He's going a little bit of a run. Looks very athletic. In fact, they all do. Fine-looking athletes, these young men. Here's Torrell George. Oh, he pulls out halfway through. Just didn't get the rhythm right. As we're talking about the rhythm that's necessary. Stayed tall initially, but then as he started to quicken up, lost his footing. Just lost his pacing, actually. And that's not going to count for him. So foul to start off there for Torrell George. Let's see how the last man of the round. This is Jean Matthews of UTT. Easily recognizable in the national colors, red, black, and white. Stays tall. Let's see. Quicken up his pace now. Not bad. Good start from him. And it's going to be positive. Just making it into the box, and so just the two falls we've had so far in the opening round, but definitely the man in front, Jaden Maxwell, started well. Brandon Castaneda also. Perez also put in a good effort at the start. And certainly if you're watching this event and for the first time, what you really want to look for is the athlete's head. If it stays on a level plane through the phases, if it's maintaining a horizontal momentum, that's what you're looking for. That's ideal for the athletes. If it's bobs up and down excessively, well, that means they're wasting energy and fighting gravity. So that's one of the features we've seen of the unsuccessful jumps so far. We're back with Jaden Maxwell at the top. And just as he started earlier, invites the crowd to give him some early applause. Can he follow through now? Good jump by Jaden Maxwell. Competes for Concord right here in Port of Spain. He'll be 18 this year, Jaden Maxwell, so one of those who will be competing and hoping to seal a place in the under-20 competition at the Carifta Games. Well, let's just give you an idea of how things went at the Carifta Games last year in the triple jump. At the under-20 level, that is. It's Chavez Penn of Jamaica won the event with 16.14 meters. His Jamaican counterpart, Michael Andre Edwards, was a distant second with 15.66 meters. And Guyana's Rodel Avant Green in third place, 15.5 meters. Well, that's the sort of standard that you will hope to see from these young jumpers here in Trinidad and Tobago. All of them are 15 and 16 years old, so they're definitely This is the crop that you'll be hoping to see at the next Carifta Games and possibly 2 more. Cristiano Perez is next up, the QRC man. Actually, correction, it's going to be Brandon Castaneda, who has the best jump so far. Oh, that was very level. We talked about watching the head. Hardly any bob in the head, maybe just on the jump phase. That's when you saw the head just dip slightly. That's where he started to decelerate a bit. But still, a respectable jump there from Brandon Castaneda. Cristiano Perez is next. What can the QRC man provide? His jump actually did not make it into the pit the last time round. Second jump for Perez. And then we go into the men's competition. 27-year-old Christopher Latouche, and then we have the 30-year-old or 29-year-old Torrell John. And the youngest of the men competing today will be Matthews of UTT. Here's Perez. Much better jump from Perez. And harnessed his energy a lot better in that one. Boy, does he look a lot happier. That's the longest jump in the triple jump we've seen so far. So now round off the second phase of competition in the boys under 20 triple jump. Now we go to the men. Christopher Latouche is next. He will start off second round for the men's triple jump. What you're going to see with a lot of these athletes is the collapse in the final phase. That's when the knee or hip buckles under the pressure of landing. And what that does, it kills off the momentum. So far, we've seen the board accuracy has been fairly good from all of the athletes. Not much dead space left between the toe and the edge of the plasticine strip. Tell you what, this guy who's doing the raking, he is very thorough. The other guy just gets through it in a few seconds. He really takes his time. He could work at the White House. Or maybe not. Latouche is waiting, just biding his time, just getting ready. And he's the only one to compete with the backward turned hat. So, bit of style and swagger about him. Here's Latouche, finally on his way. Up to 100% concentration. Pulls out. Just could not negotiate that final step. And kicks the ground in disgust, Latouche. What's interesting is that which might prove to be a factor in this competition, is that because of the time of the day here, and we're just about 5:15 in the afternoon here in Trinidad, just as you get to the board, the athletes who are running in the shade suddenly break into the sunshine. So what happens is that you break into the sunshine and you have to go from dark into light very quickly. And it's a mental adjustment. I think that's it for Latouche. Latouche has taken his shoes off and he sort of indicated to the officials he's done for the day. Not sure what happened there, but he did compete in the long jump. Here is George for Defense Force. Well, the head was bobbing up and down, especially towards the end of that jump. So not quite harnessing the energy created by that very quick run down the runway.
This one.
Yeah, it does appear that Latouche is done for the day. He's even picking up his marker. So that is it for Latouche. He is out of the competition. Yeah, he's picked up his marker, which is, I guess, the shoe that he came in. So that's it for the day for him. Just a bit of a grimace on his face as he heads off. So the field is now down to 5. Make it 5 competitors. 3 in the boys under 20 and the 2 men triple jumpers. Here's Matthews for UTT. Barely gets into the box, but there was a lot of space between the toe and the plasticine strip. I tell you what, he didn't even touch the white strip off the board. So he lost maybe a good 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, I'd estimate, from that jump. A lot of dead space there. So we go back to, so that's ending off the second round of competition. So now we go into round 3. So we're back up with Jaden Maxwell of Concord Athletics. Let's see what the youngster has to offer. 16 years he will be this year. And again, claps and asks for the applause of the crowd. Wants them to give him a little bit of a lift here. A good jump from the youngster, Jaden Maxwell. He's happy with it. There's a little bit of an Irish jig inside the pit. Yeah, just a little bit of swagger to him. You can tolerate that in an athlete. So Coach Wendell Williams out to talk to him. Pulls him aside and says, listen, young man. Just pointing out some of the errors he may have made in the... one of the top, if not the top, jumping coach in the country, Wendell Williams, explaining some of the mechanics of the jump to the youngster. He may have thought he got it right. He certainly looked pleased with the jump, didn't he? Brandon Castaneda of Pace and Performance next. And he easily has the longest run-up of all of the triple jumpers today. What I would describe as a Curtly Ambrose run-up. Here's Castaneda starting the slow hand claps himself. That was very close to the plasticine strip. Yep, thought so. Red flag. So his third jump is a foul effort. Not by much, though. Not by much. But 1 centimeter is enough. It certainly did look very, very close from here. And that one is adjudged to have been a red flag. So here we go now. QRC's Cristiano Perez. He's the third and final athlete in the boys under 20 triple jump. Men's field reduced to 2. Bit of a debate going on here between Brandon Castaneda and his coach. Wendell Williams is having a few words with him. Just don't think he was altogether happy with the decision, but it did appear that he did step on it. And I think that's what the official is pointing out to Wendell Williams, or maybe someone in the crowd was asking. She pointed out that, yes, he did, in fact, just go over. That's why the plasticine strip is there. There's no subjectivity about it. Once there's a mark, you did overstep. Again, close to the board. And Perez this time pulls out. It's another red flag. Again, that looked very, very close to the strip. And Perez is adjudged to have touched it. Well, interestingly, the official is changing the hand that the red flag is in. That can always lead to trouble. The red flag had started off in her right hand. Now she's put it in the left hand. And that's where you have to be very careful to know which flag you're actually raising. So the first of the jumpers in the men's triple jump, third round, will be Torren George, Defense Force. Christopher Latouche has pulled out. He seemed to have picked up an injury or something was bothering him at the end of his last jump, and he's decided not to continue. Well, that's a good jump here from George. Not long enough to unseat Cristiano Perez, who still has the best jump so far. Sean Matthews of UTT is the final jumper in the third round here. Final round coming up after this jump. This is where the pressure really starts to mount. And they're just making sure they get it right in that pit. UTT's Matthews now to end off round 3. Yeah, Matthews at the start, just as he goes up into the first phase of the jump, his head goes up That's going to be a legal jump. So that's going to end off the third round of the competition. Final round coming up. Matthews has had 3 pristine jumps so far. Well, I think Cristiano Perez has decided he's not going to be continuing. He's pulled the sweats on and has taken up his marker. I think he thinks he has this one under control. He's done what he's set out to achieve here today. So we're back up at the top with Jaden Maxwell's last jump. Concord man on his haunches, just outside of your picture, on his haunches at the top of the mark. Now he gathers himself. He's called upon the crowd for support at the start of each of his jumps. This time, he does it again. Even his competitors are doing the same. "17-year-old Jaden Maxwell." That's a good jump. That will challenge Cristiano Perez's jump, certainly, and it is legal. Good effort by Jaden Matthews to end off his round. And that's a respectable effort from him. 4 pristine jumps throughout the competition. Will it stand up to scrutiny? Well, he's waiting for the distance. Looks like an excitable young man. Really enjoying himself, living his best life out there. Brandon Castaneda is next with that long run-up of his. Fouled his last attempt. What can he do now? He's waiting for the man with the rake in his hands. I guess playway punters would find that funny. He's the man to take the rake from. Here's Castaneda, his final jump of the day. Can he surpass the jump put down by Cristiano Perez 2 rounds ago? Here he is. Oh, he pulls out. Not the best effort from him. Didn't even get into the pit. So 2 fouls to end off for Brandon Castaneda. Perez, is he going to jump now? No, Cristiano Perez has the sweats on. He's not going to jump. So that's what he's informing the officials, that he is not going to jump in the 4th round. So Latouche out for the men. So the last 2 jumps of the day here. And let's see if we can get something special here at the end of the 2026 Wright Foundation Power in the Field Classic. Here's Torrin George. Good effort there by Torrin George. You can see he's trained as a sprinter, very, very fast. Hasn't quite been able to harness that speed that he's creating coming down the track into the longest of jumps so far. Respectable effort there by George, who fouled his first jump, but the next 3 have been good. And this is going to be the final bit of action for the day, and it's going to belong to Jean Matthews, who could sign off today's competition with a bang. Here's Matthews. Matthews is ready. And the officials are ready. Matthews turns, faces the pit, and he asks for some applause and gets a response. Final jump of the day. Man from UTT, can he upset the apple cart with the last jump of the day? That was good. Close. Maybe not close enough, but that's a good jump. Solid jumping here from Jean Matthews. And all four of his jumps will count. But I don't think he's been able to get over that massive jump from Cristiano Perez, who seems to be the one who has taken the boys on the 20 triple jump. So that's going to bring us to the end of our coverage today of this 2026 Wright Foundation Power in the Field Classic. On behalf of the rest of the crew here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, we wish you goodbye for now, and we will be back on air next week with more action. Next Sunday, we will have some track and field. New development meet number 2 right here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, so you can join us for that. That usually starts around 10, and we expect that'll be the time for. So on behalf of the rest of the team, I'm Vidya Ranford saying goodbye for now from the Hazley Crawford Stadium.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top 2 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else. Okay, so far, how you enjoying the game? I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you have a good night. Bye.
The Wright Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Wright Foundation Power in the Field.
Flowing fierce, rising soul, breaking limits, self-control. Ancient heart in modern skin, way of the fist, fight to win.
2026 track and field season is here. Catch all the action live with expert commentary and analysis at the home of sport, Wave TV. Starting this Saturday with the development meet number 1 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium live on the Wave TV YouTube channel. Subscribe now for your front seat of the NTRA's 2026 season.
The Caribbean is more than culture. It's innovation, resilience, and global impact. Born during the uncertainty of COVID, Talks with Towers was born. Now 6 years later, I have mastered it and evolved. The Athalia Show has been created to amplify voices, elevate brands, and tell the stories that moves us forward. From carnival to finance, fitness to technology, wellness to youth development. We explore the conversations shaping our future. Authentic, insightful, Caribbean-rooted, and globally relevant. I am Athalia Samuel, and this is The Athalia Show. Caribbean Conversations, Global Impact.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
Top 3 players? Let's go now. But top 3 players. But top 3 players. I will drop now. I don't know nobody else has come. Okay, so far, how are you enjoying? I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year, please God. Well do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, well, have a good night. Bye.
The Right Foundation Power in the Field is on Wave TV. See the nation's athletes throw, jump and leap as they forge ahead for international meets this year. Subscribe now to Wave TV on YouTube to book your front seat for the Right Foundation Power in the Field.